Hello and welcome to our esports arena Halo 5 2v2. We are just about to get into this match, our Microsoft Sunday. Of course, I'm Shyway. I'm joined by Clutch. Clutch, welcome. We got casting to do. I don't have any time to have an intro talk here. Let's get right into it.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a match we have right in front of us with it's so Frosty gracing us with his presence in Halo 5. Alongside Renegade, they're going to be looking to take down Tapping Buttons and Vetra. And Tapping Buttons and Vetra have been competing in these 2v2 tournaments for a little bit now, so they're going to have a lot of teamwork together, and they're going to have a lot of experience playing together. I'm not sure how much experience Renegade and Frosty have playing twos, but I'm not sure how much that's going to matter when you have two individually skilled players of that caliber.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about Renegade and Frosty, and Renegade, who, arguably is at the peak of his gameplay right now. He's been grinding nonstop. Frosty's been coming back to Halo 5 as well. I've been watching his stream, so I know that, he's not completely rusty anymore. I think he can definitely, not just hang, but showcase his skills in this game. We're definitely going to be seeing that. Of course, Tapping Buttons, Vetra, very talented players. Never actually seen them play together, so that's kind of a new squad, at least in my opinion. But high caliber Halo, great to kick things off here.
Yeah, super interesting to see how this game's already kicked off, right? Vetra and Tapping Buttons already having a little bit of success with that 4-2 lead, but Renegade's going to have something to say about that as he takes down the player with the plasma pistol right there. Playing some good shots. You expect Frosty to pick up that kill off screen, but Vetra does get the trade with the help of Tapping Buttons across the map coming off spawn. So that's actually a pretty big trade for Vetra, because that was going to be a big opportunity for Renegade and Frosty to go 2 for 0 in those trades, but unfortunately they were unable to, and Vetra, Tapping Buttons still have the lead by 1.
Yep. Tapping Buttons to Vetra right now in red base. You can see one on P3, one on bottom mid as well. They're kind of stuck here in red, so good shots from Tapping to just keep that player back. He's got to stay alive. And look at the collapse from Frosty as he comes in. That's an easy kill. Renegade now trapped in a 2v1, and he will probably go down as well. If he can take one with him, that would be huge. Oh, and he actually manages to... Wait, no. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Vetra got killed.
Yeah, getting hyped for a trade right
getting
there.
Hyped for nothing, yeah.
But solid job by Frosty and Renegade to kind of go 2-1 right there, narrow that lead down to a tied game. Now it's going to be who can outperform each other from here on out, now that they've been able to kind of weather the storm that Vetra and Tapping threw at them early. But Vetra and Tapping are able to get some pink control early in that after those spawns, and it does look like we're going to have camo in play and in the hands of Renegade and Frosty, and with that comes a kill onto Vetra.
Right. Previously, we saw camo was, I guess, a gentleman's agreement. They weren't picking it up, and here we have Renegade with the camo right now. I like that little play to try to escape the red base, and he's successful there. He gets out. Now they have to fight top mid. You can see Vetra trying to stay alive here. He's got eyes on camo at this point. We'll see how Renegade can take advantage. Nades on either side of the shield there. He's going to come up, hopefully for the beatdown. Actually hasn't spotted Vetra just yet. He will get the kill, and this is big. It's 2v1 right here. Let's see if they can collapse on this last player. Tapping Buttons has to stay alive here.
Yeah, Tapping Buttons by himself at blue right here. Renegade smells blood in the water, and he's going to end up pushing that for another kill, and that's 2 in a row for Renegade. And a great push by Renegade to kind of get rid of any map control Tapping and Vetra just had. Great use of the camo in order to kind of swing the tide in their favor and take this 2-kill lead.
You can see they're kind of stuck on an isolated spawn cycle here. You got that one player in P2 who's alone. He did manage to milk his life and get a trade, so that's pretty huge. You got a 1v1 Renegade Tapping Buttons, and Renegade now with the killing spree. He'll get the best. He's got P2 control as well, and his teammate will spawn up. This is a good advantage for them right now with just the 3 kills.
Typically, I would tell you that Vetra and Tapping Buttons have a little bit of a benefit of playing a lot of Halo 5 recently, but unfortunately for them, I know Frosty's been on Halo 5 very recently, just grinding away and adding to the snowman count. And with that, it looks like his skill is right back where he left off as a world champion, right? So
Yeah.
Renegade, he's been playing as well, and if they start to heat up, this league could extend and get this game into an ugly situation.
Yeah, that's the scary thing about Frosty and Renegade just flying on these players right now. Beautiful shots for that double as well, and I mean, we're already seeing it. You said it about Frosty also. Once Frosty gets that confidence, and it looks like he's starting to pop off right now as well. But I'm just watching Renegade go off. And we'll switch over to Vetra.
Yeah, big one-on-one win by Vetra to kind of slow the momentum down. A little bit of a reckless play by Renegade to overcommit right there to that one-on-one. Probably should have won it, so great job by Vetra to counter that. And then they're able to take down Frosty and make this just a 3-kill game. And that was a big momentum stop, I'll say, by Tapping and Vetra right there, because the potential for a blowout was there, but they've been able to turn a bunch of these ever since that one-on-one, they've been able to turn a bunch of these situations into a 2v1 because neither Frosty or Renegade can really get off spawn and help the other one before they're able to take the other one down. Good job by Frosty right there to trade in a situation where Renegade was coming up off spawn.
Yep. Vetra into 1v1. Renegade up on P3. Beautiful shots from Vetra. He will back him down, both one shot right now. He's got his teammate spawning up with him. We'll see how they get out of blue base here. Not the greatest position to be in, of course, when you got your enemy up in pink. You got another one probably taking top mid position in just a second. Vetra's going to opt to play it slow, and I think that makes sense. They got, a bit of a deficit here, but they can't afford to make any aggressive mistakes, and you're seeing that right there. Frosty with a beautiful 5 from bottom mid.
Yeah, interesting positioning by Frosty there too, right? Being bottom mid is very unpredictable. Vetra didn't expect him to be there, and he got kind of caught with his pants down. Frosty able to pick up an easy kill and extend the lead back to 3, and now it looks like both of them are going to be collapsing onto tapping buttons in the bubble. They take down tapping buttons, and now the lead back up to 4, and Vetra by himself needs to buy some time before his teammate can spawn. Unable to buy that time, and Renegade takes him down and continues their count towards 25.
I feel like Vetra did an okay job there. Car 1, he managed to get Renegade to no shields. Tapping button picked it up. And then Frosty, though, with the 5 shots, he just took him down. We got Frosty, of course, on screen right now, taking a team shot, because why not? Here you go, bottom mid once again. You said it was a little bit unpredictable. And also the location to grab that silenced pistol. It'll put to good use here. I'm not sure what the timing is on Camo, but right now you can see it's 5:45 on the clock. Controlling pink is going to be important here. He's got, look at the split. You've got one in blue, going in for the pinch, but Frosty has an opportunity here, and he tries to come in with the tack mag, but he's not successful. That's a huge double from tapping and bringing our game back to 3.
Yeah, not only a double, but Camo in the hands of Vetra as well. And that's going to be a huge momentum opportunity for Vetra and tapping to kind of take advantage of. They got this down to 3. They have Camo control with the complete map. They know exactly where Frosty and Renegade are. How are they going to kind of push into this base safely and make sure they don't trade kills here? And narrow this gap. They're able to get Frosty as he's trying to get out of the base pink side. They know where Renegade is. They spot him under the base. Renegade doing a great job of buying whatever time he can, juking the player that jumps in the window. Frosty was great shots across the map, and Renegade able to help him out. And that was an unbelievable job by Renegade to stay alive, and an even better job to kind of use that teamwork in order to kill the player attempting to chase Renegade.
Yeah, it's a perfect example of how to disrupt the enemy team's momentum. They had the camo there, they had numbers there, but Renegade staying alive was absolutely huge. It resulted in a kill, and it was a waste of Vetra's camo in the end as well. So now you can see this 3-kill lead is still maintained. Vetra right now will opt to take top mid, and you got both enemy players in red base. I like the damage that he's putting in, but he's flying out to top mid in the open without the help, and he goes down for free there, and that's not what you want to have when they're getting so close to that victory at 22.
Yeah, Renegade and Frosty actually showing a great sense of teamwork, right? And I think that just naturally happens when you put two great Halo players together, is they're able to just play off of each other and understand how to bait and switch from just about any position. We're seeing that in primetime action right here with Frosty and Renegade. Fortunately for their opponents, though, tapping buttons and Vetra using great teamwork to take down Renegade, and now they're kind of have an idea of where Frosty is, with Frosty playing this super slow, knowing that he's got to buy time for Renegade to come off spawn, because this game is just a 2-kill game to 25.
Frosty's decision to not move there is the reason why he's getting these kills right now. Just sitting there and staying quiet, and it was perfect. 23-20 at this point. 2 more remaining. He'll push up on pink, and you can see Cody just fleeing from that situation. He knows he doesn't have a chance. This is good. Tapping buttons with the kill. Frosty needs to stay alive. Slow playing it once again. Nice shots in from him. That's a big kill. And even a trade here will be good. They can't afford any mistakes on red team at this point. Frosty, you know he's going to want to collapse. He's looking for it.
Yeah, only having 1 kill to go. The blue team can basically just 2v1 one of these situations, but they're unable to until the very last kill comes in from Renegade, and that's a phenomenal job of just finishing up a kill that Frosty left off on, and a hot start from Frosty and Renegade, and that's kind of what you expect, right? You never really know how these players are going to play that haven't really been focused on a Halo. I know, like, I tried playing Halo 2 Classic the other day, and it's like, yeah, once upon a time I was probably pretty solid at Halo 2 Classic, but trying to jump on and just like play a game against people that have been playing every day is extremely difficult. But I mean, that's a testament to Renegade and Frosty's just individual talent as actual just FPS games. Yeah. And then also just having world championship caliber Halo 5 gameplay behind that just helps out a little bit, right?
Yeah, I'm with you as well in that you have to shake off the rust. Like I was watching Frosty's early streams getting back on Halo 5, and you could tell he was a little bit rusty, and this was a few weeks ago. But now that he's been grinding more, like you said, the snowmen are building up. The man's got a large following, and it's great to see. And he's been playing a ton of Halo 5. And I mean, that's showing in his gameplay. He leads the pack here, 14 kills. 14, 13, of course, Renegade with 11 as well. And Tapping Buttons, great performance from him with 14 kills. Also, it wasn't there wasn't a large difference between the scoreline here. It was a very close game. They kept it close throughout. They kept it, I'd say, within about 3 kills throughout. So definitely anybody's game here, even if it is a hot start for Frosty Renegade. We expect them to play well. What we don't expect is, for Tapping Buttons Vetra to keep things so close. And maybe in these upcoming game types, they can have a shot here. We got Sniper, probably a Sniper map coming up. I'm not sure what the actual layout is in Clutch, if you know. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what the map layout is
Okay.
either. But what I will tell you is, yeah, we talked about it in the previous weeks, right? That when you're playing against a player like Renegade, and you lose the map with no power weapons on it. Like when the map with power weapons comes on it, it's kind of it's a tougher task almost because you know how dominant Renegade can be with snipe. I think that goes the same for Frosty. Frosty's an unbelievable sniper, right? We saw what he did throughout all of Halo 5 and how many montages he literally put on at tournaments. Yeah. And that's a pretty scary thought if you're playing against the guy on a map like Plaza or Rig or whatever it may be. You got to make sure that they don't get the snipe. And if you get the snipe, you might want to just pull a snake bite and start wasting the ammo, because if it gets into the hands of the enemy players, then Frosty's gonna go on a killing spree. Renegade's gonna go on a killing spree. We've seen it 100 times. It's gonna happen 101, right?
Exactly.
So really important start to this next game, whatever map it may be. It looks like it's gonna be Plaza, so it's extremely important for these guys to start off hot and get the power weapons off the map or in their control and to do damage with them, because Renegade and Frosty are two of the best when it comes to picking those up and doing damage.
Yeah, completely agree. And they work well under pressure as well. You brought it up earlier. I mean, Frosty, Renegade have all the tournament experience, all the way back from the beginning of Halo 5. They've got so much more experience in this type of environment, even though it is online, and online might be a nice playing field for somebody like Vetra and Tapping Buttons. When they're under pressure, Frosty, Renegade don't crack. If you let them get that sniper rifle, they're not going to miss shots. So hopefully that doesn't happen if you're Vetra, Tapping Buttons, or hopefully you can at least deny this first OS, which is going to be big in the start here as well. We got OS, we got light rifle, we got combo, sniper. There's a lot to pay attention to on this map. So seeing how teams prioritize these resources is basically the name of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to be starting this off. Super interested to see how Vetra and Tapping are going to start this off. I'm going to start it off on Tapping Button screens if we can start with that. And maybe they can get this overshield, which will turn into snipe control. And maybe a nice little start for them. But it does look like Frosty is able to immediately get the snipe. Vetra goes for the overshield, but is unable to get it. Now we're watching Frosty with snipe. And overshield at the time. So this is exactly what you don't want if you're a Vetra and a Tapping Buttons fan, right?
Yeah, this is probably the worst possible start they could get here. Frosty with a nice snipe off the start. The moment that actually good stick there from Vetra to just deny OS for a second, and that's big because he dropped the sniper as well. So hopefully, somebody on red can get there, or Renegade might fly him, or Frosty might get the God spawn and pick it back up again. But he doesn't just yet, and I'm assuming that he will at some point. The sniper's still down in Cafe, and we'll see who grabs that. But of course, battles continue here. 4-4 to start things out.
Yeah, super interesting to see that Plasminate kind of kill Frosty. Kind of looked like it wasn't really going to stick him from his point of view, from what we saw on the Observer point of view, but it ends up taking him out, and that's a massive kill because Frosty would still have snipe control. But fortunately for Veteran Tapping, he doesn't. They're able to kill him right off spawn in the exact same spot, and now Tapping is actually in control of snipe with a round of slays going in their favor as well. And it's a 6-4 start. Tapping Buttons. This is kind of more promising after not getting the overshield and not getting the snipe at the start. They've been kind of able to weather that storm.
Tapping, don't do it to him. Man looking for the double kill. At least with his death, Vetra will get the trade. And there you go. Sniper, Magnum in his hands. Still the power weapon control. 3 shots left in the chamber here. And he's going to rotate out to Ness. We'll see if he can get a bit of a pinch. He's got a player right below him. And this is perfect. Shots into Frosty. There's one. Missing the snipe. And that's big. But if he wins the fight... and he goes for the nade. And that's not what you want to see there. That's 9-7. Close game. But still, despite the opening that we had, I mean, Tapping Buttons, Vetra making this work.
Yeah, just 2 bullets in the sniper for Renegade to kind of do damage with. So, I mean, potentially in the hands of Renegades, 2 kills, but we'll see how that pans out. He is going to miss the first shot, which is huge. They're able to take down Frosty while he's missing. Snipe is officially off the map. Overshield's coming up here in about a couple seconds. Can Frosty get off his spawn in order to influence this Overshield? It looks like Vetra's going to be able to kind of back Frosty down on screen and get that Overshield. 9:36 is going to be the Overshield time. Vetra in control, and that's a huge set of slays for Vetra and tapping buttons as Overshield's coming up to kind of get control of the mid game as we're going into it.
Yeah, great timing on their slays for sure. But you also got to give some credit to Frosty for waiting to pick up that OS to begin with, because he could have grabbed that a lot earlier and not taken all this damage the moment he picked it up. Despite that, though, you can see 13-8. They're leading by 5. They got the advantages here. Vetra with the shots into glass, and that man's going to have to back down. Ready for the sniper as well. This is going to be pretty important. Looks like he's not going to grab it right away. He's going to wait just a second as both these players fly through bottom mid here, and we'll see if they can actually make this work. It's a bit of a odd challenge. They got no map control. Renegade right now and Frosty kind of just hiding, keeping their presence low.
Yeah, where the hell is tapping buttons right now? Because he needs to help Vetra get this snipe, and Vetra lands a nice body, and tapping buttons is able to finish that kill, but like tapping had no map presence that entire time, and Frosty and Renegade were able to fly towards the snipe and basically pressure that snipe for free. Fortunately, the slays go in their favor, so tapping makes a great individual play at the end of it. But if I'm Vetra there, I'm like, I need some help, I need some help, I need some help. Dude, where are you, right? Like, you got to get to me eventually. But
speaking of
I'm not going to tell these guys how to play. They got a 5-kill lead on Frosty and Renegade, so things are working out in their favor, but you got to start working together a little bit more if you want to close it out. Tapping buttons, doing some work with the sniper now, so he's kind of shutting me up with that. And that's what you kind of want to see, right? Like, after one small error, like small mistake, might not like dictate the rest of the game. And it looks like he's made a couple of plays since then in order to kind of get that back in his favor. They're up 6 now. It's a nice body shot, which allows Vetra to swoop in and get that kill. Spots Frosty. They use great teamwork to finish Frosty. Now they're up 8. Tapping doing some work after kind of leaving Vetra to dry. Maybe the strategy was to get the sniper in Tapping's hands instead of Vetra, and that's a good strategy by Tapping. So this is what he had planned.
Yeah, they're up 8, and I thought they had positioning for the OS as well, but you could see Frosty just slip in there. Nice nade off the wall. He gets that kill as well. I'm switching my POV over to Frosty right now. All the shields in his favor. He's got the sniper as well with, I think, a couple shots left in that. He's got 1 shot left. Can he put it to use here on the yard? Looking for Tapping. Tapping needs to back down. He's going to be stuck in a pinch right now, and this should be an easy kill if he collapses. Shots come in. There you go. There's one. Other player on Nest, and Frosty sees him. Can he land? This shot, not quite. He will be knocked down. He will try to win this fight. Regardless, Frosty getting a little aggressive with half shields there.
Yeah, unbelievable job by Tapping and Vetra there. Tapping doing a great job of getting as far away from Frosty as possible, and in doing so, getting Renegade to no shield for Vetra to finish off, and then Vetra turns that kill into a nice solid 2-piece when he's able to finish Frosty off who's flying at him, trying to be aggressive. It's now a 10-kill game. This game 2 is looking like a blowout, and this is a phenomenal job by Tapping and Vetra to rebound after game 1.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I'm not really seeing, a patient response from Renegade and Frosty. Like, Renegade right now, bottom of the lift. This is the last position you want to be in. If you're flying up on a player, that's an easy kill right there, 24-13. I feel like at this point, they've just kind of mutually agreed that this is over. And Frosty's still going to land some nice melees in there. But that chase, I'm only going to assume Vetra's going to get the best. There we go. 25-14. That is a pretty overwhelming victory on the side of Red right there.
Yeah, phenomenal response by Vetra and Tapping. We see Renegade and whoever he's typically teamed with typically close it out in game 2 if they win game 1.
Right.
But that's kind of what we expected there. And Tapping and Vetra doing a phenomenal job of proving me wrong. And showing some great teamwork. 8 assists for both a piece, and that's not easy to do on a map like Plaza with has how many like different lanes and how easy it is to get behind something and stay alive and not get finished off. But we saw tons of teamwork out of Tapping and Vetra, and if that continues, like they very well could upset Frosty and Renegade here in game 3, and that's super exciting to like think about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely shows that Frosty and Renegade can't really take this lightly. Like they can't really play with their food here. They need to be able to regroup and play patiently in situations that they're down kills or down numbers. If they fly out by themselves and get themselves caught in these 2v1 situations, things are just going to be out of control, regardless of whether or not they have that individual skill. When you're playing players like Tapping and Vetra and they're working together well, I mean, like we said, with just the momentum, they can gain so much momentum. Before all that happened, though, I was thinking it was Tapping and Vetra that were kind of not super coordinated on their plays. But like you said, they proved us wrong. But one thing I was thinking is just try to communicate their rotations, the timing of their rotations, communicate and make sure that they're on the same page with that. Because there are certain moments where I'll watch Tapping fly over to glass with the snipe, which makes sense. It's a good spot. But Vetra's going the other direction. He ends up getting himself caught in a 2v1 and taken down once Tapping sets up and gets ready to snipe. Regardless, they won that by overwhelming odds, so I can't even really critique it. But we will be jumping into our next match. I believe it is going to be on Regret.
Yeah, one thing I'll say is I've never really competed at the highest level in 2v2s for Halo 5, right? So there could be some like OE strategies and some like separation strategies that some of these players might use that I'm not like typically thinking are like standard or typical good Halo plays. But with like the distance that the pistol like can do damage in Halo 5, I think that like stretching at the map and like longer angles become more probable and possible. Yeah, it pays off, right? And I mean, Veteran Tapping won by a significant margin in game 2, so we can critique like little things that they may not be doing, but at the end of the day, like that was a phenomenal performance by both of them. Yeah, and maybe off meta is exactly what they need in order to beat teams like Frosty and Renegade. They can't be playing the predictable Halo that we would assume like that teams will play at a high level. Like if snipers going towards glass, like typically if I see a snipe enemy player going towards glass with snipe, like I will know that his teammate's going to rotate with him in order to watch him. So Etra doing something out of like unorthodox, I'll say, could work to your advantage and take those advantages and run with them. And that's exactly what we kind of saw in game 2. And Regret's a much smaller map. It's much more difficult to kind of flip the map and have different angles on players like that. So it's going to be much more difficult and much more similar to Truth. So we're going to have to see if they're able to kind of create that unorthodox play style here in game 3 on a much smaller map, a much more predictable location-wise, I'll say, game.
Right. And the way Regret is designed as well, there's a lot obstructing your view unless you're controlling that top mid and you can kind of, spin around and see everything. If you're the one, applying shots onto top mid, there's a lot blocking the way. So you're going to have to make sure you're working closely with your teammate. You're not separating too far from each other. But like you said about being unpredictable, Halo 5 over any other Halo is one of those games where you can play your life for so long with all the abilities that you have. So, if you're making a really good individual play, if you put yourself in a position, especially a high ground position where you have a lot of easily available exit strategies, sometimes you can be in a 2v1. You can draw their attention. You could bait and run away and be a nuisance. And it could be that unpredictable, not really what you could say would be like a macro correct play and still have it work out as long as you're doing an exceptional job individually with your mechanics, let's say, and give your teammate an opportunity to collapse. Either way, we are getting into our match. I see it loading up in the background. Of course, this is our game 3 here, a little tiebreaker in our series. OS in the bottom of the map. We'll see how these guys work to grab it.
Yeah, super important to get off to a hot start and possibly get this overshield in your favor because there's very limited counters on a map like Regret. You have the plasma pistol top card, but other than that, it's going to be pistol action for the most part that we see, right? I think that whoever can get this overshield and get off to a hot start gives them a great opportunity to kind of run away with this game 3.
Yep, I'm on board with Frosty. You'll see nades to come in at the start here, and that's a good early kill. It gives Renegade an opportunity for the OS. Now swapping over to Renegade's POV here as he jumps up to the bridge. He will look to deny that combo. You can see how quickly Tapping had put himself up in that combo. There you go. Now he has it. Combo, OS, both players up in the map. First 2 kills in their favor. That's what you want to see starting out on blue.
Yeah, absolutely. Renegade answering the ring of the bell right there, and the hot 2 kills, and immediately, like you said, goes for that plasma pistol, knowing that Tapping, that's the one counter to his overshield. Tapping, being on the same page with that, kind of sticks to the meta and goes for that plasma pistol, and unfortunately ends his demise to an overshield player. And then right off the bat, he's able to land a double melee on the Vetra. Frosty wins a one-on-one under red. It's a 4-0 lead early in game 3.
Yeah, and that's a good point. If you're not fast enough to get to that combo, then instead maybe it's better to just wait and kind of bait it out. Maybe set up on car 3 for a little bit. Just hide somewhere, listen, use that to your advantage and try to get behind that player or put damage in, because sometimes you can't just reveal yourself in the obvious position, picking up that combo at a bad time. And still on board with Renegade here, making a slow play, of course, leading the pack. Oh, not the weapon to use for that occasion there. He pulled out the plasma pistol, and he could have finished off that player. He will drop, and now they take advantage of that timing. That's 2 kills right there. Let's see if they can get some momentum going with the slays they got.
Yeah, 2 big one-on-ones won by both Vetra and Tapping Buttons right there, and that it's going to stop the momentum that Frosty and Renegade had, but for how long is the question. They know these players are spawning at blue, but they've been unable to kind of trap them in the base. They know they probably rotated to pink by now, spotting one player, tapping with great shots on the Renegade right there. Frosty kind of getting caught out of the play, and there's an overshield coming up in 20 seconds, so pay very close attention to these next set of slays, because they're going to determine who's able to kind of get control of this game, having it be all tied up at 4-4.
They do definitely still have timing to make this work with the OS, but this collapse is huge. Big trade right there, though, for Renegade before he died. Now OS coming up in just a few seconds. Vetra top mid here. Shots into Frosty to keep him back. And he just keeps himself close to the OS. He has an advantage here if he drops, but you can see Renegade's already going for it as well. I'm not sure who's going to get the best here. Renegade flies in. He doesn't burn it. He picks it up, and that's big. He gets the kill as he does so, and we'll see if he grabs the combo once again. Also, Renegade making a huge play.
Yeah, clockwork, deja vu. Renegade gets an overshield, goes immediately for the combo. Yep. And with that, a 1-kill lead. A good job by Vetra to trade with the other player there to minimize the damage done, but the damage is still being productive in the side of Renegade and Frosty. They pick up 2 easy kills with the use of the overshield. The overshield's gone, but not without a 3-kill lead.
You see that they split spawned. Renegade pushing up on red with that timing. Spawn Vetra alone, but I mean, it doesn't matter when Vetra 5s you off spawn like that. In the meantime, Frosty will get the best of his fight. 10-7 right now. He's got the angle on Vetra. Easy pinch right there, and that's not what you want if you're Vetra getting caught out in the open like that. Leaving Tapping now alone in red base. He's going to have to try to play passive. Pinch coming in, though. This is the momentum. Frosty can collapse. He does get killed. That's big from Tapping, and Renegade's got to fend for himself.
Yeah, Tapping and Vetra doing a good job of trading in some of these situations where you think that this lead's going to continue to extend. It is up to 5 already, but it would be much further if Vetra and Tapping weren't able to win a couple one-on-ones and trade. But this is going to be an important moment for this game, right? Vetra is stuck at red by himself, no shields, and he's getting taken down, and now both players are going to be spawning at blue. It's like now Frosty and Renegades have map control. They feel the rotations, they feel the flow of the game in their favor, and now they're swarming onto blue, and a double melee, and Frosty's okay with the trade right now, being up 6 with the game to 25, 16-10. Frosty will trade every day of the week, and he's getting another one here on Sunday.
Frosty definitely okay with the trades. They can't get too lax here. Can't get lazy. You can see Frosty flying up at a 2v1. He dies for that. That's 16-11. Renegade with big damage across the map. He will get that kill. And, of course, OS coming up very soon. You can see him rotating, getting ready for it. Now, the red players have position for combo, and I wonder if they already have it, which would be a great counter. The moment that they grab this, which Renegade does, he'll back off here. And now he can fly in. This is an easy collapse onto Tapping Buttons. Vetra already down on the kill feed, and there you go, 19-11. Looking almost unwinnable if they can't stop this momentum now.
Yeah, there's been 3 overshields this game, and there's been 3 overshields in the hand of Renegade, and that's pretty much been the reason for this dominant Game 3 performance from Renegade. It's 20-12. You got to think that those overshields kind of resulted in what seems to be this 8-kill lead, right? I think that it just speaks so much volumes to Renegade's power-up and power weapon control throughout his history as a Halo player, and it's just showing off here once again in this series. Renegade 3 overshields, and he's looking to close this game out early.
Renegade doing such a good job with his movement here. Nice shots into Tapping. Won't get that kill just yet. He can back down. You can see Frosty starting to collapse from the opposite side of the base. If he spring jumps this, he can get back up in the window and get into this fight quickly, and he doesn't even need to. Frosty with 2 nice kills right there. 2 more left on the board right now, and you can see Renegade just flying to blue. He knows exactly where they're going to be. Spring jump up to the window. Vetra alone, but Vetra with the nice shots here. Renegade with the stick before he dies, and that's a perfect example of a high-level player right there. Even if they're losing that fight 9 times out of 10, they still drop that stick before they die. They get that trade.
Yeah, and now it's just 1 kill to go for this series to end in Frosty and Renegade's favor, and the teamwork that we saw from Tapping Buttons in Veteran Game 2 does not show up here in Game 3, and it's very disappointing because you really wanted to see a super close Game 3, right, for entertainment purposes, but Renegade and Frosty do a good job of making sure that doesn't happen for any of the fans out there, and they're going to move on into the bracket.
Talk about a complete return the favor right there. If you remember, 25-14 was the exact score of the Plaza game, and there you go, 25-14. They answer right back. So maybe it was purposeful. I don't know if they're that calculated, but regardless, like you said, Frosty Renegade will get they'll carry their way with this. I don't know what I'm trying to say there, but they're going to win. They're going to move on in the bracket in the winner's side. I believe Tapping and Vetra would still stay in this through losers. Are we? I'm assuming we're on. Yeah, they're still in this on losers side. Okay. Well, we got more matches coming up soon, guys. Stick with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue our Halo matches soon. We'll be right back.
Past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournament, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho. I like you guys. You're still cool. Potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You got to be good. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be good and you got to compete. You got to play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student. You got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are going to change that. You're going to get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're going to travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports. The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournament, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho. I like you guys. You're still cool. Potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You got to be good. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be good and you got to compete. You got to play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student. You got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are going to change that. You're going to get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're going to travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena, and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports.
Anywhere to go though. I think that Renegade and Skeptify, once they pick up the first kill, they smelled blood in the water and they were swarming like sharks, and in doing so took out the snipe.
I don't want to get hit by that nade. You can see the OS with Septify as well. If he leads the charge, he can take some of that damage, but Renegade just gets completely caught with his pants down, ankles broken. 24-23, Legend with a huge double kill that I didn't even get to see.
5-kill lead, I call that a success to start off. Overshield's coming up here in 10 seconds. Who's going to win these one-on-ones now? And now they're kind of stagnant at snipe. They know there's probably a guy at blue. Goldstar picks up a guy in yard, and they're going to look to collapse on this Skeptify player. Top dip, and Sap hits an amazing no-scope.
We are back with our Esports Arena Halo 5 2v2, our Microsoft Sundays. Of course, we are continuing with the winners bracket. We're just about to jump into winners finals, and we've got Renegade and Frosty coming back, but now they're going up against the defending champions, Bound and Neptune. Wes, what do you think of this matchup?
Yeah, this is like a battle of some juggernauts, right? Bound and
Right.
Neptune having so much experience, 2v2s, phenomenal individual players, have won this thing multiple times. Frosty showing his debut in these 2v2 tournaments alongside Renegade. And we know that Renegade and Bound kind of have some beef and that there's like some rivalry there. So Renegade's kind of upgraded his previous teammates and found Frosty to be alongside of him for this, and I think that this is going to create an epic matchup between the two teams. So much individual skill and so much talent. It's really going to be who's just making the individual plays at the end of the day that comes out the winner.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anybody you can add to the team to sweeten the deal, I think Frosty's a great pick. So this will definitely be interesting. Like you said, Bound and Neptune, defending champions. They've done this time and time again. They have no problem winning these tournaments. They're sitting pretty here. Renegade, though, no stranger to this as well. He wins these almost just as much. He's at that caliber. Of course, he's performed even higher in the tournaments back in HCS. But Frosty, on the other hand, less experience in this type of environment. But it's Frosty. I mean, I'm sure he'll be fine. Of course, we will kick it off with Truth as usual, and that I think might set the stage for what's to come.
Yeah, super interested to see who's able to take this game one, right? I think that there's no power weapons on the map with Truth, and that's something that all of these players had the capabilities of kind of taking over a 2v2 with a power weapon, like a snipe. So put those aside and kind of rely on your teamwork more. And it's going to be very interesting to see how a team like Renegade and Frosty, with less experience playing with each other than Bound and Neptune, how does that affect game one? That's what I'm really paying attention to. And I'd be very surprised to see Bound and Neptune not win game one here. And having so much experience played with each other, right? I think that if they lose game one and they go to game two, Renegade and Frosty are sitting very pretty after game one if they're able to take this W. But it's never like Frosty and Renegade can be an underdog in any Halo 5 game that they ever play in, right? So, like, to even hint at the fact that they could be an underdog here in game one is a mistake.
Can't say that,
I'll say, right?
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I think Truth would for sure be an advantage for Bound and Neptune. There's nothing to slow these guys down. I don't know if Camo will be in play, and that'll definitely change things, and we'll find out as they play. But with just Magnums on the map and no real power weapons, like the speed demon that somebody like Bound is, there's nothing to slow the guy down. So he'll be right at home. Him and Neptune are gonna, they'll be collapsing at such a fast pace. But once you get snipers on the map, once you get a map like Plaza, there are things that players like Frosty and Renegade can do to completely counter their plays. So that can definitely change things up. If they don't win this Truth game, I'm worried about the rest of the series, even though it is Bound and Neptune. And I'm sure they're confident regardless. But this is where they got their clear advantage. They're going to want to win this game one.
Yeah, I think it's much easier. It's much more likely for us to see Bound and Neptune's confidence waver after a loss in game one than Frosty and Renegade. I think that even if you beat Frosty and Renegade in game one, like those are two of like the most confident Halo players to ever compete. And you're talking to a guy that was probably ignorantly confident at times about myself. So, like, I've coached Frosty, I've coached Renegade, and both of them just live, eat, sleep, breathe like individual confidence in themselves.
Yeah.
And I think like we've seen like I don't want to say we've seen Bound and Neptune kind of waver, but we've seen them argue. We've seen them complain after losing a game one, right? And for that to kind of rear its ugly head here in this series could bode well for Frosty and Renegade if they're able to take this first map.
Right. Does their bickering take away from their gameplay? Does it charge them up? Do they start playing better? I don't know. You're right, because I've definitely seen them have disagreements in the past when they start losing. So we'll see. If they start out hot, then the confidence just goes up. If they don't, then I wonder what the comms sound like. We're going to get into it, though. I can see things playing up in the background here, so we will switch perspectives over to our Truth Slayer kicking things off. We'll find out who we start on board with. Clutch, I'll let you kick it off.
Yeah, I really want to hop on board with Bound and see what he's up to at the start of this game, and if they're able to get this early camo control. I'm going to assume that they've agreed to play with camo as we see a player inbound going for the camo. He's going to meet himself with Frosty, and this is a Halo 5 legend that you're taking down to start this game off, and that's a great burn of camo, but not without 2 kills going in the favor of Bound, and it's a great start for Bound and Neptune here in game one.
Big win for Bound right there. Like you said, he didn't get camo, he burned it, but that's still huge as far as that first momentum in the game. But he let that player slip into P2, and there you go. It comes back to bite him. Frosty coming in with a pinch, and that was pretty big from Frosty to make his way up the P Street without being noticed. And now you can see Neptune alone right now.
Yeah, typically you see Bound play super aggressive and start flying at spawns immediately when both die, right? He's really good at predicting spawns. He's super aggressive, but right there you kind of see him take a passive angle pink 3, and because of it he gets punished pretty fast by Frosty, but he's able to pick up a major double kill right there on our screens and kind of rebound from that little bit of a mistake. And now they're up 4-3. Neptune goes down bottom middle. It's up to Bound to stay alive here and buy some time. Renegade knows exactly where he is, gets him down to no shield. Frosty's going to be pink 2 as well, looking over Renegade's shoulder, and now it's all tied up 4-4 very quickly. The pace is going to turn.
At what point did Bound throw that sticky? I did not even see that release from his hand, but somehow this man just leaves a present from the grave and gets that kill, keeping things close. But Frosty, Renegade both up in red base right here. Frosty just going to wait for an opportunity to attack. He spots one bottom mid, good shots in to keep him back. He's got Neptune coming up on his left-hand side. And I like his decision to wrap around. He's going to avoid that fight, and now he can come right back into it. But I don't think he knows exactly where Neptune is. And this could be a big play from Neptune right now if he can take advantage of his life here. You can see he's just sitting right underneath Frosty. And there you go. Frosty trying to escape here, and he will not hit that stick. That's a big kill from Neptune.
Yeah, and I thought Bound was going to stay alive earlier in that fight as well, but he was unable to. And Frosty, unfortunately, not able to locate Neptune. Phenomenal job by Neptune to stay alive and play unpredictable to catch Frosty off guard, because this lead would be up to probably 3 right now with the control of Frosty and Renegade in their favor. But right now, it's just a 1-kill game. Frosty and Renegade do end up slaying out right there, taking down both Neptune and Bound and making this a 1-kill game in their favor. Camo's coming up, I believe, and that should be the focus of these players, and it doesn't look like Renegade's able to do too much with that brand new camo. So phenomenal job by Neptune and Bound to understand that they're going to have to deal with the camo Renegade player, and they're able to take him out without any damage done. So good start by them, I'd say, in the series to kind of mitigate Renegade's dominance with power-ups and power weapons.
Yeah, what a big turnaround right there. I did not expect things to go the way that they did, like a huge counter on the camo. And I think it's just because of the fact that they stacked their numbers up on card 2 to collapse on top mid and take him out so quickly. Renegade was not expecting all that pressure. And because of it, Bound and Neptune are starting to run away a little bit here. You can see nice trade from Renegade just to keep things in play. And Bound now flying up on the base, hiding underneath here, just waiting for his opportunity, using that stutter step to stay silent. He gets the shields off. And Renegade, you do not want to challenge that. Renegade challenging and eating a bullet for it.
Yeah, I don't know if Renegade thought that Bound was a little bit weaker than he was, but Bound being only half shield picks up an easy kill on the Renegade, and that's a couple of blunders in a row by Renegade that have kind of resulted in this 3-kill lead. Frosty and Renegade both trapped top red. Bound, Neptune have control of the map. They know exactly where their opponent is. They got him trapped, and he's doing phenomenal damage. Bound is doing phenomenal damage right now to both players, containing them into red, while Neptune's able to get a nice angle on Renegade, take him off screen. Frosty wins a huge one-on-one on the Bound that stops a little bit of momentum, but for how long? Frosty knows he's got to play his life from here, wait for Renegade to spawn, and hopefully use some teamwork with this next camo coming up in 20 seconds.
Exactly, with the camo coming up, they got to regroup here. Frosty spots one, but he will not win that fight. That's big from Neptune as he controls pink. Also, you can see Bound just flying up center map. He's going to try to take the aggro here and keep the pressure on and give Neptune an opportunity for that camo. And you can see him just controlling top mid, just weaving around the blast shields here. Whatever he does to draw aggro could be huge, because Neptune right now, you can see, has the camo, and they're starting to collapse together. This is big as Bound tries to stay alive. He can't. I'm on screen with Neptune right now. Spring jump up the top mid. Looking for shots into Frosty. Frosty a little confused, but Neptune caught bottom mid, and he might lose this camo. There you go.
Huge job by Frosty to stay alive, and kind of a blunder by Neptune, and because of that, camo being non-effective once again. It's really interesting to see how these players feel like they're forced to make these plays with camo instead of relying on like baiting their teammate, like we typically see with a camo player do. It's like these players are so confident that they're almost making mistakes when they have this camo power up, and they're trying to take these one-on-ones when in reality they just need to play slow and wait for a solid opening, because we've seen multiple blunders that kind of resulted in potential leads for both teams, right? It's just a 2-kill game here. Frosty getting knocked down to no shield. Neptune smells blood in the water, decides not to push, and now both Neptune and Bound are stuck top blue. It's now Frosty and Renegade's opportunity to have control of the map and see what they can do with it. Renegade in a tough spot, top middle weak. Frosty trying to get a good angle to help him out, does get caught from a player pink side. That's going to be Neptune, as we see. They know where both players are. How are they going to decide how to break this kind of a setup that we see top mid and pink control? It looks like Frosty and Renegade are going to be pushing in, and both of them getting taken down to no shield by Neptune. Neptune gets 1 kill, but a perfect 5 from Renegade is going to be able to mitigate the damage that Neptune just did, catching them off guard. 3-kill game now. Neptune and Bound looking for this next camo coming up in 20 seconds, and they're the team that has the time on the camo. Frosty and Renegade don't really know exactly when camo's coming up.
Interesting turn of events there as well from Neptune, or from Renegade and Frosty, who gave up top mid and pink control to fly into blue. Things didn't work out too well for them, but that's a big kill from Renegade. Bound right now on P3, and he's going to be in trouble in a second from that player P2. Like I said, they now have an opportunity for camo. I'm on board with Renegade, who's looking to pick it up. He's just narrowly staying alive, and he actually gets naded. That's a huge trade right there just to keep that narrow lead. Frosty's going to be alone. It's going to be a 1v1 for a little while as he tries to stay up. He does not want to give up his life here.
Yeah, Frosty doing his best to body block and take down the enemy player that's pushing Renegade as Renegade picks up the camo. Does get the kill, but Renegade dies to a death nade from Neptune. And now Frosty was kind of forced to play his own life over at Red, and he was taken down. 2-kill game. It's to 25. Frosty and Renegade need to figure out a way to use this teamwork and this map control that they've recently had to their advantage, because they've been unable to close this gap and tie this game up recently.
Yeah, we've seen this once already. Pink control, Neptune and Bound stuck in the base. But at some point, they decided to push up, and things didn't work out too well for them last time. So I wonder what they're going to do now. You can see Neptune right now on Pink Street. I'm not exactly sure where Bound is. It looks like Bound's just hanging out in Carbo. So interesting play right now. Bound's not going to be able to lend any fire quickly, and you can see that Bound now looking for some sort of a rotation to stay alive here and just keep himself in play. He can't afford to give up his life. This game is neck and neck at this point. You can see his teammate Neptune spawned up in red. Hopefully he can work together to get some sort of a pinch or a collapse here. He'll live in bubble. Neptune now taking top mid control, which is big for positioning. But can they grab this? Can they make this work? Frosty pushing up with the collapse. There's a trade. Trade still in the favor of Bound if he doesn't die here, and he will narrowly escape for now.
You see Renegade on observer mode doing his best to try and thrust top mid, use auto stabilize to get an angle, but he's unable to take down Bound. Bound keeps his 1-kill lead and his life right there, and it's a phenomenal job to get that trade onto Frosty flying top middle and make sure that you contain this lead still. It's one they're going to be trying to push Pink. You do know Renegade's Pink 2 somewhere. You see Frosty top blue. Where is Renegade? Bound cannot seem to find him, but he knows he's close. Camo's coming up. Bound drops for it, but Renegade has the exact camo time. Bound able to burn the camo, so that's huge that Renegade's not able to pick that up right after that kill. But kind of a blunder by Bound and Neptune not to be on the same page and be working together towards that camo. Neptune being on the car side of the map. Going to spawn Bound car side as well. Camo completely burned and going to be done for the rest of the game. It looks like there's 5 kills to go. 3 minutes. Clock could become a factor here if they continue to play a little bit slower.
Something we haven't seen before. Just getting down to the wire here and maybe even playing to time at this point. Of course, 20-20. Renegade needs to stay alive. Does not have an advantage in positioning, but he will live for now. Shots in at Neptune. Both players one shot. We'll see. He can back him down, but that's big. In the meantime, Bound landed a huge kill, and apparently he's on screen. There we go. I'm switching over to Bound right now as well. Bound now 22-20, just leading the pack here. Neptune helping out also. This is big.
Yeah, that was a pretty unbelievable play by Bound to get that 5 shot on the Frosty, and that one-on-one could have determined the outcome of this game 1, because if Frosty wins that, they're probably able to turn 2 on the Neptune. But now Neptune and Bound up 3. Neptune picks up a kill.
Whoa.
Bound picks up another 24-20, and now this game looks like it's solidified, and it's going to be going in the hands of Bound and Neptune. They smell a player over red side Pink. They spot Frosty as well. They know exactly where both these players are. They're going to want to end this game before this next camo comes up and has the potential to influence it. But Renegade says, no, Neptune, not just yet. Bound trying to win his one-on-one in a huge reverse thrust to kind of win that, to change the tides of that battle right there. Renegade thrusted a little bit early, had Bound right where he wanted, but Bound ended up taking him out. And, I mean, that's exactly the performance you want to see from a player like Bound early in this series, right?
Yep.
Kind of like the only unproven player in Halo 5 from a HCS standpoint, I'll say. We saw Neptune placing at high ranks towards the end of Halo 5. We saw Renegade win a world championship, Frosty win a world championship. So you know those 3 players and their credentials when it comes to Halo 5 and success. We've seen what Bound can do in 2v2s over the past couple of weeks, and we know that he's a great player and has the opportunity to play with a lot of these pros and shines. But it's great to see him kind of be forced in this kind of an environment with this top caliber of players and come out on top and really dictate the end of that game, right?
Yep. He's still pegged as an online kid. He hasn't proven himself yet to some people for sure, but you see it as far as these scoreboards go when he's going up against players like Renegade, Frosty, but simply the fact that it's online. Until we get this guy in a LAN tournament, I'm not sure what his reasoning is for not being in a LAN, but hopefully we get to see some Bounds at a LAN, because it just reminds me of a player like Shotzi or even a Snipe Down. Back before Snipe Down ended up going to LAN tournaments, people call him an online kid. He might not actually be that talented, and then they drop in a LAN and turns out they're lasering in LAN as well. So we'll see if somebody like Bound can carry that over. For now, at least, Bound's looking pretty exceptional. That was a big play at the end there. Renegade risking it, though. Renegade flying up for that 1v1, just hoping he could ego his way through it. It didn't quite work out. Bound with the body shots to end it. And like we predicted, that's kind of what they needed, that first win to keep some sort of momentum going forward for them. As far as Renegade and Frosty, I don't expect them to slow down by any means. And I'm going to put myself an observer so we can get into this. But we got Plaza coming up. It should be exciting.
I think Plaza is exactly what the doctor ordered for Renegade and Frosty to get back into this series. I think that an Overshield and a Sniper allow them to kind of dictate the pace of the game and how they want to play it. So look for them to kind of get control of that. But Bound and Neptune being almost just as lethal with the Snipe or the Overshield as Renegade and Frosty could go in the favor of their hands depending on how this start's going to turn out. We saw Frosty immediately run for the Snipe at the start of the last Plaza game. Are they going to counter that? Are they going to be able to stop him from immediately getting that quick kill with the Snipe? Or are they going to be more focused towards Overshield? That's something we can pay attention to early on here. Bound and Neptune looking to kind of finish this series in just 2 games and make sure it doesn't go to game 3.
Yeah, well, we are jumping into our match, of course, Plaza HCS here. What I did see from Renegade Frosty kicking things off, they split themselves 1-1. One player flies over to the Sniper, one player protects OS. If they do that same type of thing, I'm on board with Frosty right now. It looks like they're actually going to 100% prioritize this OS off the start of the game here. Frosty with shots in, he will back down. And both players, nobody's committed yet. This is big for our opening. Neptune holding a huge position there up on Light Rifle just to keep him back. And Frosty down to 1 shot. He can't live your Bound right now with the OS to kick things off, and that's big.
Yeah, interesting positioning by Renegade right there, going all the way to driveway to try and watch Overshield. Bound eventually able to get the position to where he can sprint, thrust, slide, and pick up that Overshield before Renegade's able to take him out. And because of that, they're going to be up. It's going to be a tight game, but they are going to have Overshield control, and they're going to look for this Snipe, and immediately Frosty spawns and goes straight for that Snipe. Going to be looking to try and get this control of this area, but Bound lands a perfect kill on the Renegade off screen, and now he's kind of in a tough position as Bound's collapsing on him. He knows multiple players are about to push him, and although Frosty had a very small opportunity to do some work with the Snipe, now it's Bound and Neptune in control, and we're going to look for Renegade and Frosty to see if they can break this.
Neptune with an unfortunate death there on that collapse. Bound going to try to pick up the pieces, but lets Renegade get those shields back, and that's a bit of a blunder right there as Renegade gets away with the kill. 3-3 on the board, and a Sniper in his hands. We'll see what he can do.
Yeah, and this is almost just as good as the position of Frosty having the Sniper, right? Like, Renegade knowing, like, very well that he can do so much work with it, and now he's going to run towards Frosty, and this is more of a traditional setup with the Snipe on Plaza that we're seeing out of these two, and nice shot from Renegade, but unfortunately for Renegade, Frosty gets perfected by Bound off screen, and because of that, he's going to have to play his life here, and Frosty's spawning up near him is going to allow him a little bit more comfortability than what he just had. Fortunate for them, and they're going to try and hold down this yard area.
Really safe positioning from Renegade so far. He's got to start to take maybe a couple more aggressive angles, try to get something going, especially in a 2v1 right there, and as I say it, there's Neptune down, Frosty spawning up right behind him, and now caught in a 2v1. We'll see if he can live in this situation. You know Renegade does not want to miss any of these shots. He will drop down to bottom mid, looking for another angle here, and almost getting the shot into Neptune, but he'll whiff it for now. You can see Bound pushing up. Bound getting the kills in the meantime. Renegade just barely burning that OS.
Yeah, and because he missed that Snipe, Frosty ends up getting 1v2 or 2v1, I'll say. Renegade kind of being completely out of the play after missing that first shot. And then goes for the Overshield knowing he's probably going to have to burn it. And that could have been a completely different world that we're looking at if Renegade lands that Snipe, because he's going to end up picking that Overshield up. Frosty probably end up picking up a kill himself. But instead, it's going to be Snipes in the hands of Bounds, Overshield's off the map. And this is Neptune and Bound's opportunity to kind of try and come back. But Bound does go down immediately. New Snipes coming up, and Neptune's going to try and start to creep towards it.
Yep, Renegade in position for that new Snipe. You can see him just looking on the lift right now. There you go. He has the Snipe. He'll back that player down. And now he can try to work with Frosty, just narrowly missing that Snipe right there, but forcing Bound into bottom mid. We'll see if he can reposition somewhere good, but he doesn't actually see Neptune with that great positioning on Soda. Nobody knew he was there. He gets a nice quick kill, and here's the double team onto Frosty. Easy kills right there. He can push up and grab that Sniper, and they can start to swing the momentum back.
Yeah, great job by Neptune to play in that unpredictable spot and catch those players off guard. Ends up turning 2, and now it's just a 2-kill game. They do have Snipe. It's a 1-kill game, back to a 2-kill game with the favor of Renegade. But a huge double kill from Neptune to kind of waver that storm. It's a tied up 10-10. Neptune with Snipe, and he's already done a little bit of work. We know he's lethal with this. Overshield's not for another 15-20 seconds, so he's got a little bit of time on his hands to kind of get comfortable and wait for this push.
Neptune looking for the collapse. Shots into Renegade to take him down. He's got Frosty on his back, but it doesn't matter. He literally won 80 no-scopes. Frosty for the double. 12-10 right now. He's got a shot left in the sniper, and all the momentum in his favor. Do not peek this guy. Back down. There you go. Frosty will back down for now, but he will get taken out by Bound. You can see things starting to spin a little bit out of control here as Renegade left on his lonesome. He can't do anything about it either. Somehow Bound making waves here by himself.
Yeah, Overshield is up, and Neptune kind of making a blunder to try and go help Bound out. Bound don't actually need the help, but Neptune out of position to go for that Overshield. They are able to kill Frosty, and with that, Bound's actually going to be the one that picks up Overshield.
Oh my god.
And this game's starting to get ugly with a 16-10 scoreline. Neptune and Bound kind of ran away with this ever since Neptune picked up that snipe, right? They were down 2, and then all of a sudden now they're up 6. Neptune having some phenomenal headshots with the snipe to kind of force that in their favor, and since then Bound's been doing some work with the Overshield and a little bit of help from Neptune. And I mean, this game is going to be extremely difficult for Frosty and Renegade to bounce back in. This could be a 2-0 sweep in our winners finals from Bound and Neptune, and their teamwork is really starting to pay off.
Yeah, very different from what we saw in the last game. That was at a crawl's pace. It was so slow, but now here you have it, 18-12. Trying to bring some momentum back in their favor, but Neptune not letting him have it as he flies from above. Big kill from Neptune, getting those first shots with high ground. At this point, you can see Bound pushing up on the door. Renegade alone here. They collapse together. They can take advantage of this and then spawn Frosty solo, but they don't have a lot of time to do it. Renegade doing a good job milking his life for now, and you'll see Frosty probably come in for the pinch and try to get something, but Bound with the kill. Neptune with the shots into Frosty, and he's caught ice, so that's 2 big kills right there. I do not think they'll come back at this point.
No, I think that's pretty much all she wrote, right? The teamwork of Bound and Neptune, let alone the individual plays that both are making, are just too much for Frosty and Renegade to kind of bounce back with. And this is what we've been seeing week in and week in after. It's just an overwhelming amount of individual skill with the teamwork that they've been able to build. Frosty running it down mid, as we say in League of Legends, getting the game over with, and they're going to be continuing on to the losers bracket because Bound and Neptune too strong in the winners finals, putting on a phenomenal performance. And both those games kind of got dictated by just one player stepping up and making the plays. The first game, it was Bound winning multiple one-on-ones towards the end to kind of separate the score line. And then there, Neptune picks up that snipe and really takes over the rest of the game, right? I think that that no-scope on the Frosty was just one kill, but it was part of an entire momentum-based set of plays that Bound and Neptune were able to put together, and that's a testament to how good they are when they can get the ball rolling in their favor, right? Like, you give them a little bit of momentum, you give them an inch, they take a mile, and that's exactly what we saw from Bound and Neptune there.
Yeah, give them an inch, they thrust slide a mile for sure. These guys are moving so fast, man. Neptune with the snipes, right? We saw some of the craziest shots from Neptune that game, and on the scoreboard, 12-7. But Bound, somewhere in the background, getting more kills, 13-5 for him. So Bound doing a great job too, just making sure to control the OS and move quickly along the map and collapse with Neptune, especially in the situations that Neptune gets one player one shot, like when he nailed Frosty back down, Bound with the pinch. They're so quick to work together and collapse. And like you said, once they have momentum, they completely run away with it. So that was a dominant showing in that last game right there. They will move on to grand finals, of course, and we will be back after this with more action on the losers side of the brackets. Don't go anywhere, guys. Get a snack, grab a drink, come back. We'll be playing more Halo action very shortly.
The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho. I like you guys. You're so cool. Potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You got to be good. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be good and you got to compete. You got to play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student. You got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are going to change that. You're going to get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're going to travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports. The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho. I like you guys. You're so cool. Potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You got to be good. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be good and you got to compete. You got to play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student. You got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are going to change that. You're going to get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're going to travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports.
Anywhere to go though. I think that Renegade and Skeptify, once they pick up the first kill, they smell blood in the water and they were swarming like sharks, and in doing so took out the snipe.
I don't want to get hit by that nade. You can see the OS with Skeptify as well. If he leads the charge, he can take some of that damage, but Renegade just gets completely caught with his pants down, ankles broken. 24-23, Legend with a huge double kill that I didn't even get to see.
5-kill lead. I call that a success to start off. Overshield's coming up here in 10 seconds. Who's going to win these one-on-ones now? And now they're kind of stagnant at snipe. They know there's probably a guy at blue. Goldstar picks up a guy in yard, and they're going to look to collapse on this Skeptify player. Top dip, and Sap hits an amazing no-scope.
I can't even remember. You know, it's just like quarantine. How much time has passed by and how many of these we've done so far. I'm James Jamerson Lee, and joining me once again is going to be Tug. This week, we have one of the most stacked lobbies. It's going to be a best of 4, of course. The top 3 teams will be walking away with our share of $1,000, which has been our prize pool. And if you guys also want to contribute to that prize pool, I'm gonna shell out early. Make sure you type in !contribute. Go over to our Matcherino page and throw our competitors a little money here or there. That'll be really nice. Exactly how do our competitors get points on the board today, Tug?
Just like it always has been, 1 point per kill, pretty typical. And then they're going to be getting additional points for where they do place in these 4 Apex Legends games. That'll be 12 points for first, 9 for second, 7 for 3, and going down from there. No need to rattle all those off. Like you said, top 10 teams from both of these 2 lobbies. We got 32 teams coming on down to 20. Top 20, top 10 from both going to be competing here today.
It is very fortunate for them that they were kind of in an area where he didn't get absolutely pushed, but Rockers doesn't care. He goes in. He's going to give up his life. Rondon goes down for a second time. He's going to bleed out a little quick here and see if they can get into safety for that res. And it looks like they find a nice little pocket.
Nice corner.
Don't know exactly what Rondon was thinking there, but as soon as he gets up, Rondon goes right back down.
Yeah, if this was not the Gibraltar who was down consistently, they'd be in a much better position to obviously pop out that portal. 100 damage very quickly here for Nasky.
Yeah, Nasky trying to create the space right now, but again, it's just unrelenting pressure coming from that thermal station team right now. Rondon bleeding out quick. The next one, I think it's going to be like a 15-second bleed out. So we'll see. He should have his bubble up, and he has to instantly throw it down so he doesn't go down again.
Actually not going to opt to. Looks like the sniper fire has been abated for now, and that is nothing but luck here for these Watson traps up. Electricity will punish anybody coming in this one. Little projectile action as I'm Madness looking to flank a little bit. Gets the shots in there. Mastiff. That looks like that's one way to get rid of a couple members of the squad.
They've laid traps.
Now they do have to contend with this cost for now, so be a little bit careful, a little touch and go as they push forward now. Traps are set up. Powell will be able to finish off Noble's on move, but they got to be careful. There are squads still coming in from the north right now. It's a full 3. It pulls away from thermal station proper and pulls down to the south. So as we were on board with 6 earlier, that squad's fairly happy right now. Here we are with RKN, Saucerer, and Hill. They're the team that have just been, just a pain in everyone's ass so far in this game, getting some good poke off the entire time.
Hello and welcome back to our Esports Arena Halo 5 2v2 Microsoft Sunday. Of course, I'm Shyway, joined by Clutch once again. Clutch, we got a whole new matchup. We're in losers' quarters at this point, and a couple names I am not too familiar with. We've got Fear Tyranny, Outfade I've seen a few times, and then we've got the Druggernaut and Secluded. Do you know any of these players? Have you been watching them recently?
Outfade and Tyranny have had some major success in these 2v2s, and right. I believe that they played in a winners finals and potentially a finals. I don't remember if they were in the finals or not, but I remember them impressing me a ton. I believe that was last week, and I expect them to kind of have a very similar performance. I'd seen Outfade play before here in these 2v2s, but I hadn't seen Tyranny really, and for them to both put on the performances they did last week, very impressive, and I kind of expect them to be the favorites going into this match. So let's hop on board with Outfade and see as they play for this camo bottom mid here on Truth.
Yep, definitely 2 players to look out for, and Outfade will slide in, grab the camo, but it looks like it might be a burn there. Oh, he looks like he actually red barred that player as well. We'll see if Nate can flip around and get the kill, and he does. There, good stuff from Tyranny, just cleaning that up, but that's a big burn still to kick things off here. And it looks like Druggernaut's going to fly and give up his life there also. 2-1 to kick things off.
Yeah, some questionable routes, I'll say, or decisions being made so far early on, but it's going to be in favor of Tyranny as he's picked up his 3rd kill already, and he's in control of the pink tower. And this is great for our red team to start this series off. Tyranny starting just this week off, just like he left last week, pretty hot and playing very well. And a good pickup by Outfade to trade right there. And now it's going to be Tyranny top mid with the combo, so He's going to decide to back off before he gets double teamed and wait for his teammate to spawn, looking to try and get involved in this combat. Outbait end up getting perfected by Secluded, and now it's up to Tyranny to kind of trade this off. Does land a stick, but that was a good job by Secluded and the Druggernaut to kind of minimize the damage right there that red team had control of.
Definitely a good predictive play by Tyranny, though. He knew he was going to get 2v1s. Least he could do is just drop a stick behind and keep things in their favor. And now you got Outfade up on P3 with some good map control, back in P2 now. They cross into red base. His teammate Nate pushing up on car side. He spots one shot. But it looks like he's not actually noticing. Okay, I heard a player either underneath him. There he is, P1 right now. Good cleanup from Outfade. And Nate right now with some positioning bottom mid. With some shots into car. They can back down that player, and there you go. The momentum's starting to work in their favor here. They're ISO spawning these players. You can see one up in blue, and it looks like he will play passive until his teammate joins him.
Yeah, 8-4 is a great start for our red team here, and their teamwork literally is on fire right now with their ability to pick up and capitalize on each other's damages. And now Outfade picks up a kill. He's going to wait for his teammate to push front, and doesn't even need to help his teammate with the second kill. Tyranny picking up a kill as well. And now Outbay picking up the camo because of that good round of slays and perfect timing to get those kills in order to secure this camo. What kind of damage can we see be done with this camo? Outbay does get a player to no shield, but immediately loses his life to a grenade, and that was a great nade to take down the camo player, and it's going to leave Tyranny in a 1v2 car side of the map, and they're going to be collapsing on him as they take him out. Bit of a blunder by the camo player right there, and Outbay you really want to play it slow and capitalize on the focus being on your teammate instead of trying to start your own 1v1, because then it just becomes like a battle of gun skill and whatnot. And I think that's like multiple times we've seen camo players kind of mess up early on today, and I wouldn't be surprised to see if that sharpens up as these series go on.
Yep. Yeah, he definitely could have lived longer with that camo, but of course, long history at this point. Secluded in his teammate in blue base, just looking to keep things close here, and they can't afford to be too aggressive on the push and give themselves up in a bit of a 2v1 right there. You can see Outfade getting the best of that kill, and looking like Secluded might be able to collapse with that jump. He actually gets cut off. He lost his vision there for a second, and that was big. Outfade taking advantage.
Yeah, and Tyranny picking up the kill extends this to 7-13 lead for our red team, and it looks like they have every intention of making a good losers bracket run here today, starting off Game 1 of the losers quarterfinals pretty hot, and they smell blood in the water with both these players top blue. Tyranny flying into the base, picks up a nice melee, gets some damage onto the second player. Outbade's going to be able to finish that up, and they extend their lead 15-8.
Yep. Still on board with Tyranny here. Spawning up in blue. They got a huge lead to work with, and some map control could be pretty helpful as well. Look at this. This pinch right here is going to lead to 2 easy kills for sure. Tyranny picking up both in quick succession. They will get a trade, but ultimately everything in the favor of red at this point. Camo coming up pretty soon as well. As long as he stays pink, and he can keep control of this side of the map, and should probably be all she wrote at this point. It's going to be really hard to make a comeback. You do see a blue player sliding in, maybe grabbing that camo, but leaving his teammate behind in the process. And while he has camo, we'll see what he can do with it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to stay alive, right? It's 18-9. You have such little room for error, right, Shyway? And I love that he was able to kind of play his life and stay alive, but a phenomenal job by Red Team to kind of get out of there and make sure this camo player doesn't influence it. Tyranny able to trade. And yes, they do go 2 for 1, but they can't continue to go 2 for 1 for the rest of this game because Red Team will just win outright, even going 1 for 2 every spawn from here on out. So you want to see the Druggernaut here step up and kind of get some momentum back and make this game close towards the end. Plenty of time on the clock. You got 7 minutes left. Camo doesn't have too much more time left, but you can't be worried about that and feel forced to make a play outside of your skill range. And unfortunately, he does feel forced to push that player that's front to base. The player comes out on top, and now they smell blood in the water on the player top middle. And Druggernaut gets off spawn and immediately spots both players, double teaming his teammate top mid, and because of that, they're able to extend this lead 22-11.
Yeah, definitely one of the difficult things about twos here is just knowing how and when to collapse. And I mean, we saw it with Tyranny, or actually it was a Druggernaut just a second ago, flying out in front of the base to try to help his teammate really just put himself in a 2v1, got melted instantly. So if you're not good with your timing, or if you don't pick a route that has an easy exit as well, if you're not careful, you just, you're going to eat it pretty much. And that's what we saw there. Of course, 2 kills left to clean things up here. Pretty tough to make any sort of a comeback right now. Tyranny and Outfade just sitting pretty.
Yeah, and their teamwork really is what sticks out to me here in Game 1. And I know Tyranny has a ton of kills, it seems like, from what we've been witnessing so far. But it really speaks volumes to their teamwork as a duo, right? And their ability to influence each other's individual what you think are individual one-on-ones. They soon are able to use teamwork to turn them into 2v1s. And Tyranny picking up 15 kills. Outveig with 9 assists, and those 9 assists, like I was just trying to explain, are super evident in just the gameplay alone because they work with each other so well, and they capitalize on each other's plays so well. That phenomenal job from Tyranny and Outveig to continue where they left off last week and start their losers bracket run here in the quarterfinals, and a hot start after Game 1.
Yeah, definitely always team shotting. And you could see that in the assists. They're always working together. They're always collapsing on that one player who's left behind. And as a result, they got a pretty dominant first game. And it looks like in the background here, we're already loading into our second map. We will be jumping into Regret. Of course, OS in the center here. Both players are going to fly to control it. And if they can't get it, they'll be jumping up for that combo.
Yeah, and Regret plays very similar to Truth. I know there's not a KMO, but there is an overshield, and because they're built very similar and they play very similar, I kind of expect a similar result from Tyranny and Outveig, unless Juggernaut and Secluded are able to kind of get power-up control and do some work with it. Damned if they do, damned if they don't. They go for the overshield, but it's burned. Great job by Outveig to make sure they burn it, and he picks up the second kill on the Secluded after Tyranny gets him to no shield. And that's a rough start if you're Juggernaut and Secluded, because you wanted that overshield to kind of dictate the start of this game, and unfortunately, it's off the map. And now Outveig has control of top middle, and tries they might to push him. He's going to look to get another kill on the board. That's 3 straight for him.
Oh my God, that Clamber just getting him out of the fight there. Secluded, looking a little lonely there, and he will back down and stay alive for now. Outveig looking for a pinch opportunity, gets a couple shots in the back. This might not work out too well for him. That's a death right there. Maybe they can take advantage of their numbers. You can see him classing on Tyranny. This is good. 3-3 on the scoreboard. Can they keep this momentum going? They got a red base spawn now. You can see both players are in blue, so this will actually reset the situation.
Yeah, how well do they know the spawns?
Yeah.
And they don't know that window is closed off, apparently, because that nade is going back to bottom middle. And unfortunately for the Juggernaut, right? And they know these players are trapped at red. It's going to be very interesting to see how they push. They do send a player below. I'm not sure anyone's going to expect this player below this pink ledge right now. And he's going to be able to pick up a free kill. Great flank by Secluded there, right? And a good job by Juggernaut to kind of distract the player pink side and then let his teammate finish the kill. And then they're able to turn that into another kill top middle. And now we see a little bit of life from this blue team. This is the first real opportunity for a lead that they've had, being up 5-3 and with complete map control. Overshield doesn't come up for another 25 seconds. This is a great opportunity for them to extend their lead and get a set of slays before it.
The same kind of flank just happened with Outveig right there, where he moved under P1. He had his teammate drawing their attention, and he just came in and collapsed and managed to get that kill. Now switching things in their favor. Of course, you can see Outveig collapsing on red base right here, looking for the melee. He's successful. OS coming up as well, but he gets denied. We'll see if that player up on pink can get over to OS quickly. Tyranny, though, ready to grab it also. Tyranny with the shots, denies him, and there we go. OS grabbing the favor of Tyranny and momentum as well. As I think he's trying to thrust up the wall. There we go.
Yeah.
No push up on Juggernaut shots, and he gets stuck. Big damage.
Yeah, huge stick to take that entire overshield player down to no shields and his teammate right there to finish the job. And what you thought was going to be Tyranny getting the overshield and turning it into a few kills and getting the lead right back is now Juggernaut and Secluded doing a good job of dealing with the overshield player accordingly and building their lead up to 2 right now. It was 3, but Tyranny pushed a little bit too fast and got assassinated immediately. Gets teabagged on the back end of that play. And now Outveig and Tyranny using a little bit of teamwork to finish another kill. Blue team still up by 1, but for how long?
Well, there you go. Now it's tied. You can see Outveig right now with his teammate. They can push up on this player. And I like that he's keeping his presence low right now. He's not going to leave the base if he doesn't have any help. Outveig just going to opt to wait patiently. Doesn't get the first shot there. That's big for Secluded. Do not choke this Secluded. There you go. He will get the kill. Teammate fighting a 1v1 of his own, but he loses it. Tyranny will stay alive, and that keeps things at 10-10.
Yeah, Secluded needing to step up right there. He does get the kill. It wasn't pretty, but he does land it. And that's what matters, right?
Right.
Trading that kill out and staying alive. The damage wasn't able to be capitalized on by Tyranny and Outveig, so it didn't really matter if it was a sloppy kill. But that being said, it doesn't bode well for your confidence, right? Like, you want to be able to pick up these kills quickly and rotate fast and stay confident. And when you miss easy shots continuously, your confidence is going to start to dwindle to when you need to hit them, right? It may not matter now, but when you need to hit that perfect 5 later on, your confidence might not be there. But that being said, Juggernaut and Secluded, knowing this overshot's coming up 1 kill, this is going to be the overshot that probably dictates the rest of this game, right? They know it's coming up. They have the exact time. They're a little bit too early for it. Juggernaut gets a kill, but Alvade is there to pick up both players. And a great job by Alvade to just stand there and watch the death cam of Juggernaut as he baits the overshot time. He's going to try and get it a little bit of a mystery for the blue team of when overshot comes up. And now he's going to look to push red. He picks up a double melee onto the player pink ledge. And that's 2 straight kills for the red team. And now red team finally has the lead in game 2 for the first time.
You can see them starting to play textbook 2s right now when he just denies that OS, just waits until their kill cams are no longer available or their death cams aren't available. He can pick it up late and then start to collapse. Outfade with the shots on Juggernaut, getting red barred, a little lucky there. And it will serve to benefit them. Of course, going to force a spawn in red. You can tell, you can't see it on screen, but he's definitely holding scoreboard. He's just waiting for the moment they spawn, ensuring that they spawn in red base, and now flying up on pink for the collapse. Teammate up on top mid. Damage coming in, and these guys can't live right now. Juggernaut taken out, now Secluded forced to back down, and you're just going to see a quick collapse here. One in the window. Surprised his teammate's not already in the window. Actually, he's going for blue. I actually kind of like that, going for splits here. You got 2 1v1s, and Outfade not sure where his opponent is. There you go. 1, 2, 3 shot beat down. Maybe not. There you go. 1 kill in his favor.
And since that overshield came up, there has been 8 straight kills in favor of Outfade and Tyranny. They have not given up a death other than the trade early when overshield had just come up. And like I said, that overshield was going to dictate the rest of this game, and dictate it did. Outfade and Tyranny were able to finally get some overshield control and do some work with it, and we've seen what they've done in the past with it. And they kind of make history repeat itself with the damage they were able to do and the lead that they've been able to extend. And now 20-15, Juggernaut and Secluded against the ropes, backs against the wall in game 2, down 1-0 in the series. What are they going to be able to do to come back here?
Well, this might be their final opportunity for an OS grab. If they can do something to win these battles quickly, get down to the bottom of the map, and hopefully set up. But as I say that, Outfade gets a big kill. There's the trade from Juggernaut. He's going to fly down to bottom mid, but it looks like Tyranny's already waiting for it. Tyranny with the shots in. Not winning that fight. That is huge. The last opportunity to make this comeback is right now, and they pick up that OS. So Juggernaut right now. Red Bend, teammate up on top mid. You do not want that teammate to be isolated. He's got to get up to top mid quick. Work together with him. This might be successful. Hopefully the combo's not in play and they can't get quickly countered. You got 1 in blue, you got 1 top car. You can see Juggernaut just flying and he just wants a kill.
His OS is getting kind of poked down here from a player across the map that he's not focused on. And meanwhile, they do actually have control of the combo in Secluded's hands, so he doesn't have to worry about that. But the overshot's basically gone, and no kills were resulted after those nice shots from him to get the overshield. Great job to kind of turn that into this kill onto Outfade. Needs to make sure he helps Secluded stay alive. They know Tyranny is somewhere around here, but where is he? Are they going to be able to catch him without giving up a life? They don't spot him. I believe that he jumped up the base right when he dropped down, and that's got to be great timing and a great kill by Tyranny to play your life and end up buying just enough time for Outfade to spawn and get a perfect kill as he's rotating back across the map to help. And what seemed like a major opportunity to turn this into a 2-kill game has kind of dwindled down to a 4-kill game for our red team right now. Tyranny and Outfade once again make a huge play to kind of decide the outcome of this final game too.
Speaking of which, there's the last shot in the head, 25-20. Just amazing work, though, from Tyranny and Outfade to just deny that OS the entire game there. Like, when they finally got that last OS, they had some sort of chance for momentum. He couldn't do anything with it. He was flying into blue base. He couldn't even find somebody to shoot. It was just they were so quick to play evasive, and then we saw that amazing timing from Tyranny. Both players commit themselves to bottom blue, and Tyranny jumps up the exact time they jump down. And, I mean, stuff like that, that's outplay right there. If you can listen and just kind of bait them to you and evade them in these crucial moments, give your teammate an opportunity to collapse, all she wrote. Good effort, though. It was definitely a lot closer, but great place for Red.
Yeah, and great job by Outfade and Tyranny doing what you needed to do to win that series. And we saw Tyranny get 15 kills in the first game. Outvey gets 16 in the second one. Tyranny actually has 7 assists in the second game. So kind of reverse roles or just reverse stats for the players. But the red team showing a good job of consistency of teamwork, individual skill, and everything that they showed last week in order to go far in the bracket. It's here today once again, and a great job by them. And they'll be advancing to our losers semifinals, I believe.
Yeah, it definitely switched from just their individual prowess they had in Truth, where they're just kind of flying in 5 and 2, more textbook style Halo in the end of Regret there, just waiting in the base, blocking the base, holding on the scoreboard, just waiting for the player to spot up and ensuring they knew exactly where those guys were, collapse and conquer. But can they continue in the bracket and get more wins? We'll find out. Of course, we've got bigger matches coming up. We've got arguably, or I don't even know if it's arguable, we got better players. We've got some incredible players to look forward to in our following matches. Losers semis coming up next. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments. We tried running content pieces. We tried doing music events. We had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho. I like you guys. You're so cool. Potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You got to be good. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be good and you got to compete. You got to play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student. You got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are going to change that. You're going to get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're going to travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports. The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity.
With no wait whatsoever, we're jumping right into our losers semis. Who do we got here? We got Outvade, Tyranny, Tapping Buttons, and Vetra coming back in the losers bracket. Should be pretty intense to start things off here. And it looks like I am the only observer from what I can tell.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Can you
what's
see it,
going on.
Clutch?
Oh, I can see. We're here.
Okay,
Yep.
hopefully. So I don't see you. All right.
Yeah, I see both players go down, Tapping Buttons and Vetra. Camo gets burned, and that's a great job by Tyranny and Outvade to kind of pick up where they left off of last series we just watched. And they're going to need to have a little bit... they're going to need to be able to continue that momentum in this series, right? Because Tapping Buttons and Vetra, having played Frosty and Renegade super close, you know that they want to make a losers bracket run themselves. So Outvade and Tyranny, kind of the underdogs now in this series, and it's going to be a very important series for them to try and like muster the capabilities to kind of take down two very high skill players in Tapping and Vetra.
Yeah, you can already tell the sheer pace of play is very different when you're up against players like Tapping and Vetra, but good nade there from Outvade to get that kill. Last player there isolated on top card. Tyranny just trying to fly in and do something, but it looks like he doesn't even need to do that. Outfade with a nice kill, but he will trade. There's a little bit of a lead here for Red to start things out. You can see a fight P3 car. That's a pretty tough fight to lend shots into, and they'll back down for now.
Yeah, that fight will probably never result in an outcome other than damage done. No kills, really. But players do get caught out car, and Outfade goes down, and now they're going to be looking to push Tyranny right here, and he's trying to dodge these nades, but 3 or 4 come in, and there's no dodging that bombardment of explosives that he just witnessed. And Tapping Buttons and Vetra doing a phenomenal job of getting 2 straight kills, a little bit of map control. Now we see a player pink 2 and 1 top middle, and it's up to Tyranny and Outfade to kind of break this because Camo's coming up here in about 20 seconds.
Right, these slays are so important. So Outfade getting that 5 is pretty huge right there. Vetra right now, of course, staying alive and look to play his life. 4 shots into Nate. He can back him down, but he's in trouble, and I like that thrust to get back under red base and temporarily milk here. He puts some shots into pink also, but ultimately this is a huge advantage for red, and this should be a free camo and timing in their favor as well. You can see them spawning up. Blue camo's still not up. Looks like it's a little bit late. Vetra with a chance for a final defense, but really all that did was just help him pad the stats. I'd like to say that. There's the burn on the camo. Big play from Tapping.
Yeah, huge play from Tapping, right? Because if they just give up another free kill and give camo away for nothing, that's going to potentially turn into like a snowball effect of this game getting out of hand. But Tapping was able to kind of capitalize on the damage done by Vetra there and take down the camo player, so it does get burned, but 3 kills is the lead for our red team right here, and even though they haven't been able to get either power up, they've kind of won the battle for the power ups both times, and that's what the lead is resulting in right now.
Great stuff that we're seeing from Tyranny and Outfade right now against the caliber of players that they're facing. Not backing down, maintaining a lead. Cody right now just stuck in the bubble, and there's not a lot he can do here. But a big trade, though, to just kind of keep things going. Tyranny with the shots in, but I like that he just opts to play passive. They got the advantage. They don't need to fly in for the 1v1s. They can work together. They can play to their advantage here.
I think that's something that Tyranny and Outfade do really well, right? Is that they don't really give up a ton of free kills and like ego challenge the world and like try to make plays without each other. Like that kind of understanding for how they want to play and their play style benefits them so well and allows them to have so much success that they find. Like that, for example. Yeah, they do go 1 for 2, but like it's much better than if one of these players were to push out Pink Street without map control and just like both go down. At least they're able to trade that, and now they're able to kind of get some separation from being trapped into blue, right? Still up 3. It's very impressive to see. Like they pick and choose their battles to where they have the advantage, and I love seeing that out of Tyranny and Outfade. It shows a lot of smart gameplay from players that are on the come up in the scene.
Definitely doing a great job despite their lack of map control here as well. Vetra just controlling pink, teammate up on top mid. Nice shots into Outfade, and he could not get out of that situation. Of course, his teammate now ISO. I assume he's backing off. I don't know exactly where he is. He's stuck on P1. Not really where you want to be in this situation, but he does manage to burn the camo, so that's huge. Almost forgot about that coming up there. But despite that, still closing the scoreline. Vetra and his teammate, they're looking to get more kills here.
Yeah, camo not having any impact on the game other than resulting in a few kills for the power-up. No power-up ever has been acquired so far throughout this game, and Vetra and Tapping Buttons look like they're starting to warm up here as they pick up 5 or 6 kills almost unanswered, probably trading 1 or 2 lives along the way. Take the lead 14-13 halfway through this game. It looks like they're starting to feel out Outfade and Tyranny and understand how they're going to break this setups.
Yeah, you can see Vetra starting to speed up here. Just looking for an angle. Not really sure where this player is on car. He does find him. For now, he'll put some nice shots in, but can't quite get the kill yet. That nade might do the trick if he's... Yeah, it does. There you go. He's got to move. And he takes the damage on that one, just giving them a narrow lead. And they can work together on this player on blue here. Tyranny, gotta try to play passive. Can't afford to let them get this momentum.
Yeah, and like you said, just watching Vetra right now, you can see that his confidence is starting to step up. You can see the pace that he's playing at is starting to speed up and that he's playing so much faster. When you start to play fast like that, you know the player is confident. When you start to recognize like how he can establish just dominance on the map with his movement, that's when you know a player is starting to feel himself. And with that is a 4-kill lead, and Vetra taking a 1v2 here does get a player to no shield. Plays his life. Tapping Buttons goes down, so Vetra looking to stay alive. Does not the same player back to no shields and is able to get under red and back down Looks like they are going to choose to try and push Vetra, and that's going to allow Tapping Buttons to spawn blue and get some great shots onto the player below. Vetra plays his life perfectly, picks up the kill to help Tapping Buttons, then finishes Outfade. Great job of bait and switching by Tapping and Vetra right there to come off spawn from Tapping's point of view and turn that into a 2-piece for the blue team, extending this lead to 5.
Really such a massive play from Vetra as well, staying alive and forcing those players to commit to him. And I wonder if that was a good play, though, the way that they committed both players in bottom mid right there with no map control, trying to finish off Vetra. And as a result, they kind of ate the dirt. You can see 20 to 15 here. They're starting to run away with it. It looks like somehow they gave up that camo, though, despite the map control that I felt like Vetra and Tapping have. The camo is now in the hands of Outfade and a chance for some momentum in his pocket, I guess.
Yeah, major blunder by their blue team, right? They had so many slays in a row, it felt like, and they could have potentially gotten that camo and really closed this game out, but they're going to open the door for Outfade to maybe find an opening and maybe close this 4-kill gap. He does get a kill on the Vetra. Unfortunately, his teammate goes down in Tyranny, and he's unable to trade the kill. And he knows where this player is, but this player is going to play his life perfectly. Tapping Buttons is under the base, just get knocked to no shields, but he's buying enough time for Vetra to get off spawn and trade it and continue this lead to just be 4, right? It's so unfortunate for Outfade to not be able to press that kill that was under the base and Tapping Buttons, and because of that, Tapping Buttons, his teammate, was able to spawn and rotate very quickly in order to help and trade that out.
Right now, all the advantages in the favor of blue. Vetra with pink control. He's got his teammate over on blue as well. Starting to get some information that they're both on car, and I wonder if Vetra will start to push up here. Doesn't look to play aggressive just yet. He takes 4 great shots to the body, though, and he'll have to back down. Tapping in trouble as well, and we'll see if they can take advantage of this opportunity. Now you can see him pushed up on top mid. Nice shots in from Vetra. He will get that kill, and that's big. 2 more left.
Yeah,
That's really all it's going to take. Yeah.
Massive shots by Vetra right there. Big one-on-one. It makes this a 5-kill game instead of a 3-kill game. Camo coming up in about 20 seconds. So you know red team needs that camo, and they know the time of it, so they're going to be going for it. But both players getting knocked to no shield. Vetra establishing dominance pink side of the map is going to allow Tapping Buttons to push in red side. Tapping gets a little bit of a juke. Great job by Alve to try and play his life, but they spot him once again and close this game 1 out, 25-18.
Definitely a close match throughout. It's unfortunate that things kind of swung in the favor of Tapping and Vetra, at least from the perspective of Outfade and Tyranny, because they were winning majority of that game, right? I'm pretty sure up until at least the halfway point, maybe 2/3 into that game, it felt like Outfade, Tyranny were holding on to a lead, maybe a 3 or 4 kill lead, but things quickly spiraled out of control. They managed to grab that last camo as well, but looks like it wasn't successful for them either. It could just be Tapping and Vetra just starting to warm up. Like you said, they were starting to feel themselves partway through that match, and I mean, they kind of pulled away.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Outfade and Tyranny that you don't win that one-on-one pink 2 to top middle right there, and that's kind of like game over, right? You win that, and that opens up the door to like a 3-kill game with camo coming up. You can kind of feel momentum is like you're able to grasp it, right? You're able to grab that, and you're able to muster the strength to believe you can come back. But as soon as you lose that and you make it a 5-kill game and you only have 2 kills to give up, it's almost too daunting of a task to try and come back, especially with camo coming up and you're forced to like push pink, and the other team knows you're forced to push pink and contest that camo. It's pretty much game over right there. Right. Just a little bit of individual skill made the difference in game 1, and I wouldn't be shocked to kind of see that steamroll into game 2 with the amount of power-ups and power weapons that are on Plaza. Tapping and Vetra have shown what they can do with Snipe. You have to make sure you don't give them Snipe, because Tyranny and Outfade, you need to win this game 2 in order to take this to a game 3. Your tournament lives are on the line.
Yeah, in my opinion, there's no map better to showcase individual skill than Plaza, and we're about to get right into this one. I can see it loading up in the background here. Of course, OS, you got the snipe, you've got the light rifle. Light rifle's low-key so powerful, and I assume some people are going to be grabbing it, taking advantage there, and of course the combo as well. A great counter to the OS. So, of course, red side, Outfade, blue side, Tapping. I feel like usually the red has a bit of an advantage for the OS, but we haven't seen that so far. It's been pretty even on these starts.
Yeah, it's been pretty even depending on the players going for him. It does look like Tapping's going to launch himself top middle and go straight for it, but he burns it. Tyranny with a great nade onto Tapping to make sure that happens. And then a nice nade onto Vetra as well, and now Tyranny's gonna, or Outvade's gonna rotate towards the snipe and end up picking it up. He starts to waste ammo immediately, knowing the threats that he's playing against are gonna be extremely lethal with the snipe. It's a interesting strategy. He's been watching a lot of Snakebite apparently. Is typically players that aren't being pressed yet don't start to waste the snipe, but he prematurely does it, and that because of that kind of makes himself an easy kill for Veteran tapping buttons.
Yeah, it was the playstyle that he chose there. Like, he still had 2 shots left. I'm not even sure if he should have burned as many as he did, but it's just the decision to thrust slide across the map with the sniper and focus on using your Magnum, when instead maybe you could rotate to glass, get a position with the snipe, and play that weapon to its advantages. It's still down on the map somewhere, I believe. Actually, I take it back. Outfade now has it in his hands. His tapping pushes up, looking to collapse here, just taking every angle possible here. He's got the combo, he's got the pressure, and he's got the hit markers as well. He knows that player is there. He just doesn't want to commit it.
Yeah, Outfade trying to play his life here. Nice little job of being on the ledge and predicting where Vetra's going to pop out, but tapping buttons is able to capitalize on Vetra's damage and trade the kill out. It's a 4-3 lead for tapping buttons and Vetra. Tyranny picking up a huge kill with the light rifle there, right? And that's going to tie this game up.
Yeah, Tyranny taking advantage of that light rifle. We got a nice barrel kill on the kill feed. That's always good. A little present. Tyranny right now got that isolated player on Nest. Looks like his teammate spawned up in the bottom of the lift beside him, so they could work together here. Tyranny's got the cross. That's where the light rifle comes in handy. They're just, the shield just gets melted in 2 shots in scope there. You can see a good little pinch setup from Red here. If he can stay alive on light rifle, they can collapse on this last player on loop and tapping into 1v1. Tyranny backing down. OS coming up. He's got to stay alive here, and he misses that jump. It's not what you want in this situation. He's under a lot of pressure, and he might be giving up that OS.
Yeah, he's going to be forced to give that overshield up, and with that, it goes into the hands of tapping buttons, and he's going to try and make up for it by getting to top middle, but he's way too slow in doing so. Vetra's going to punish him. Tapping buttons and Vetra steal the lead and the overshield from Tyranny and Outvade's grasp, and because of that, it's a 1-kill game in their favor, but don't be surprised if they're able to do a ton of damage with this overshield and really dictate the next couple of minutes until the next overshield comes up.
Yeah, like Tyranny trying to maybe play sneaky there in the bottom of the map, but he's making a lot of noise, and he had players directly above him, and they just collapsed, took advantage. Vetra right now with the light rifle. Just looking, just trying to ensure that they're not in the cafe spawn. You can see, of course, on our side, just one sitting in glass, one actually right below tapping and dip. We'll see who wins the audio battle here if he decides to come back around.
Snipe is up.
Yeah.
It does look like Red Team's going to have an opportunity here to pick it up. Vetra does have a nice angle on it, though, with this light rifle, and this is an important opportunity for Vetra to stay alive and make up for his blunder for the overshield. Does land some great shots with the light rifle, and now they're going to have their eyes focus on Outfade, who's picked up the snipe. Vetra looking to collapse here.
Yeah, veteran teammate collapsing on top mid. You can see him trying to burn that snipe, just helplessly getting away here. He actually is still alive on top mid, and that's big that he lived because Vetra's in trouble. Missing the no-scope. Vetra trying to take advantage, but he can't. This is a nice little swing here, keeping things even. They still got the snipe. Outfade, of course. I'm on his POV right now. Angle into big door. Just looking for that last shot, trying to land it into a head.
Yeah, tie ball game right now, 9-9. Both teams having equal opportunities with power weapons to go off. Neither team really extending themselves from the other early on in this game as we enter the mid-game, but 2 kills straight for Tyranny and Outfade may start to dictate that kind of lead change difference. And although Tyranny does pick up the kill on the Vetra, Vetra picks up the kill on the Outfade immediately, and with that, it's going to be the overshield that goes into the hands of tapping buttons.
Yeah, and just denied the combo as well. That's big, dropping combo bottom mid. No real counter to this situation. Great damage from Outfade, though, in tapping. Okay, got a little scary for a second there, trying to thrust over his head, maybe get a back smack, but ultimately tie game. You can see Nate alone right now, and because they're pushing up, it might force that other player spawn somewhere else, opposite side of the map. You can see Tyranny's going to have to fend for himself. He gets 5'd, and the other player in the end, no real opportunity for his teammate to pick up anything here when they're caught in yard. Yeah,
great shots by tapping to land that 5, because if he doesn't land it, he's dead to rights. But that is the reason they had a 1-kill lead, but a little bit of a blunder by tapping to kind of try and traverse the map a little bit too quickly, and Red Team able to catch them off spawn and turn 2 very quickly. Tyranny and Outfade take back the lead, 14-13.
Yep, Tyranny flying up through Cafe. Outfade getting a nice kill just to extend that lead by 1. Just a slight lead in their favor, and that's great to see at the caliber that they're playing at right here. Tyranny with some shots in, but an unfortunate miss on that last shot. You know that player's got 1 bullet left in him, and he'll get his shields back. And tapping right now can collapse. He'll get the information on that nade. For sure. Oh, he didn't. Outfade pushing up. 3 shots. Got him down to 1 shot. Needs to live here. Look at him just with the shenanigans. He's got his teammate behind him with the angle just to keep him suppressed, and I love the fact that he lived in this situation. I mean, I'm on board with tapping, but I'll switch over to Outfade. I know you guys are keeping tabs on that. Nice kill from Outfade. 5 shots into Vetra. That'll take him out for the double. That's big plays, big return on the favor there.
Yeah, and that's going to result in snipe control, right? Outfade picking up a huge double kill after a ring around the rosy between Outfade and tapping buttons, and finally Outfade and Tyranny are able to use their teamwork and over to pick up those 2 kills in the snipe, but no damage done with the snipe. Outfade goes down, Overshield's coming up. Vetra gets a huge kill onto Tyranny, and with that, you got to think it's going to be Overshield control as Vetra has his eyes set on it, picks it up. 17-18, Vetra with Overshield tapping, I believe, is probably going to find the snipe on the ground over towards Light Rifle. May not be able to find it, though, and Vetra looking to press the attack here as he knows players are going to be spawning up in yard and loop.
Gotta love the aggressive plays from Vetra here, just flying off of top mid to finish off that player in S4. Of course, lasering all those shots at the same time. You can see that player caught in the cinema stairs as well. Not a good position for Nate here, and Vetra can take advantage, but he still gets a kill. That's a big trade. Vetra right now on top yellow, in a back down Outfade. He can stay alive here for quite a long time, but not too many options to make a push, especially when his teammate spawns up with him, but I like this. He's going for a flank. You might actually be able to get around behind them. You can see his teammate taking the attention. If he flies in quickly, one shot right there. There's the melee. And that player's going to have to run away. You can see he's already running away from that fight. He knows he can't win that 2v1.
Honestly, a great job by Outfade to kind of get out of there, right? Because that should be 2 kills straight for BlueTeam once the first player goes down. But Outfade runs and continues to run, but tapping buttons continuing to chase him down, and eventually gets the kill and extends this to a 3-kill lead. Tapping doing a phenomenal job of staying right on Outfade's tail and eventually figuring out a way to kind of catch up to him and finish him. Tapping doing a good job of staying alive here too. Knocks a player and Outfade to no shield. Vetra picks up the kill, and that's good teamwork by Vetra and Tapping towards the end of this game to kind of separate themselves and extend this lead to 3.
Nice little escape there from Nate. You can tell they're playing their lives so carefully. They do not want to give up any average deaths. And, oh, that worked out so well for Nate as well. Almost getting that kill, playing sneaky out and dip. Tapping will live for now. Of course, his teammate over on Nest. There's going to be 2 isolated fights here. You can see them both happening. But Cody jumping into bottom mid, and he's probably going to get killed for that. He gets a huge kill across the map. But here we have it, 1v1. Nice little jump from Outfade.
Oh.
Tapping with the shots in, and if he gets this, he chokes the melee. This should be a kill. He can't find him. Okay, I was gonna say, man, spinning around. There we go, 23-21, close game here. And the OS is burned as well. There you go, 24, 1 kill remaining. Vetra looking to grab it. Outfade, don't get too antsy.
Yeah, I cannot believe Tyranny did not get that overshield, because if he's able to, this game is much different, but 1 kill to go. No mistakes can be made. Outfade unfortunately gets caught out by tapping, and then that's going to be the game. And it felt like for the last few minutes of that game too, Outfade and Tyranny were pretty much running for their lives, right? Like, Vetra and tapping continue to just nonstop press the attack, apply some aggression and dominance on the map, and because of that, they were kind of able to extend their lead. What was a 19-19 game very quickly turned into like hide and seek with Outfade and Tyranny running for their lives over and over and over again. Yeah. Tyranny had a huge opportunity to pick up that overshield there at the very end and make it like 23-21 with full OS and snipe coming up, and that was going to be the moment that they needed. But BlueTeam just on top of the power-ups once again and making sure that if we don't get it, at least it gets burned. Veteran tapping buttons move on to our losers finals.
Yeah, actually a really good point. Just the fact that despite the match being very close. Like, it was pretty close throughout. There was a clear difference in pressure being applied from one team to the other. You could see that strategy that Elevate and Tyranny had to just play their life slowly, go underneath. Like, they went to driveway, try to slip in a dip and just play carefully and stay alive. Like, they were constantly pressuring them. You could see Vetra just flying off a top mid, getting crazy kills. So like the pressure clearly on the side of blue there.
You see that a lot in Halo when when a underdog team gets themselves into like such an important position, but then they play scared in the moment and they play on their heels instead of their toes. And like that's like a sports term, I guess. But like you see it in Halo to where like when teams start to play passive and they stop taking risks and they stop playing aggressive, they quickly start to lose the lead that they build, and they quickly start to get like ran over because they're no longer applying the same kind of pressure that they used to get to that position, right? It's like that moment becomes real, and players start to play like quote unquote scared. And I'm not saying that that's what happened in the game, but like that's what it appears. It's like when you start playing on your heels, you start to get ran over. Very important to kind of learn from that mistake, and tons of professional players have made that in the past, and so many series that I myself have been a part of. I've been caught doing the same thing where like you have the lead, just play not to lose instead of play to win, and because of that, you kind of lose that lead, and you get almost steamrolled because you don't take risks and you don't continue the aggression that got you to that position. It's a learning lesson, right? Elevate and Tyranny compete in these things every weekend. They'll be back next weekend, and hopefully they're able to kind of learn from this mistake and keep that foot on the pedal the next time they play a team like Vetra and Tapping.
I'm sure they will. But yeah, you could see it, just the pressure coming out from these guys on blue from Vetra Tapping. It was like they were keeping the game close, but they lost the mental battle, basically, just the battle of confidence. And that went through to our victory. Of course, Vetra Tapping Buttons will move onwards in the bracket, but it's no easy task for them. They got some incredible competitors coming up next. I believe we're going to be jumping into losers finals and then, of course, grands to close the night. So only the biggest matches coming up next. Don't go anywhere, guys. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho. I like you guys. You're so cool. Potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You got to be good. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be good and you got to compete. You got to play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student. You got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are going to change that. You're going to get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're going to travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports. The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho, I like you guys, you're so cool, potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You gotta be good. Don't get me wrong. You've gotta be good and you gotta compete, you gotta play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student, you got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are gonna change that. You're gonna get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're gonna travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports.
Anywhere to go though. I think that Renegade and Skeptify, once they pick up the first kill, they smell blood in the water and they were swarming like sharks, and in doing so took out the snipe.
I don't want to get hit by that nade. You can see the OS with Septify as well. If he leads the charge, he can take some of that damage, but Renegade just gets completely caught with his pants down, ankles broken. 24-23, Legend with a huge double kill that I didn't even get to see.
5-kill lead, I call that a success to start off. Overshield's coming up here in 10 seconds. Who's going to win these one-on-ones now? And now they're kind of stagnant at snipe. They know there's probably a guy at blue. Goldstar picks up a guy in yard, and they're going to look to collapse on this Skeptify player. Top dip, and Sap hits an amazing no-scope.
can't even remember. It's just like quarantine. How much time has passed by and how many of these we've done so far. I'm James Jamerson Lee, and joining me once again is going to be Tug. This week, we have one of the most stacked lobbies. It's going to be a best of 4, of course. The top 3 teams will be walking away with our share of $1,000, which has been our prize pool. And if you guys also want to contribute to that prize pool, I'm gonna shell out early. Make sure you type in !contribute. Go over to our Matcherino page and throw our competitors a little money here or there. That'll be really nice. Exactly how do our competitors get points on the board today, Tug?
Just like it always has been. 1 point per kill, pretty typical, and then they're going to be getting additional points for where they do place in these 4 Apex Legends games. That'll be 12 points for first, 9 for second, 7 for 3, and going down from there. No need to rattle all those off. Like you said, top 10 teams from both of these 2 lobbies. We got 32 teams coming on down to 20. Top 20, top 10 from both going to be competing here today.
It is very fortunate for them that they were kind of in an area. He didn't get absolutely pushed, but Rockers doesn't care. He goes in. He's going to give up his life. Rondon goes down for a second time. He's going to bleed out a little quick here and see if they can get into safety for that res. And it looks like they find a nice little pocket.
Nice corner.
Don't know exactly what Rondon was thinking there, but as soon as he gets up, Rondon goes right back down.
Yeah, if this was not the Gibraltar who was down consistently, they'd be in a much better position to obviously pop out that portal. 100 damage very quickly here for Nasky.
Yeah, Nasky trying to create the space right now, but again, it's just unrelenting pressure coming from that thermal station team right now. Rondon bleeding out quick. The next one, I think it's going to be like a 15-second bleed out. So we'll see. He should have his bubble up, and he has to instantly throw it down so he doesn't go down again.
Actually not going to opt to. Looks like the sniper fire has been abated for now, and that is nothing but luck here for these Watson traps up. Electricity will punish anybody coming in this one. Little projectile action as Madness looking to flank a little bit. Gets the shots on in there. Mastiff. That looks like that's one way to get rid of a couple members of the squad.
They've laid traps.
Now they do have to contend with this cost for now, so be a little bit careful, a little touch and go as they push forward now. No more traps are set up. Powell will be able to finish off Noble's on move, but they got to be careful. There are squads still coming in from the north right now. It's a full 3. It pulls away from thermal station proper and pulls down to the south. So as we were on board with 6 earlier, that squad's fairly happy right now. Here we are with RKN, Saucerer, and Hill. They're the team that have just been, just a pain in everyone's ass so far in this game, getting some good poke off the entire time.
Well, this positioning as well. Got the high ground. They'll be popping off these shots consistently. All trainer usage a little bit unexpected, but that's okay. Might just be using that for these longer range shots, as it is that doesn't want to waste ammo for other weapons. So
I see an enemy.
turn sniper fire here. They have no reason to be whatsoever, right?
Hello and welcome to our esports arena Halo 5 2v2 Microsoft Sunday. I'll keep saying it over and over again until you guys get the message. Of course, we are continuing our tournament here. I said it was losers finals. I was wrong. It's losers semis. We still got a couple more matches coming up. So more excitement for you guys. And Clutch, this time we're breaking down Gold Star, Guitar Hero, Legend, and Queez. I haven't seen that one before. Queez.
Yeah, I haven't either. We've seen Gold Star compete and we've seen Legend compete, but separately from their current teammates. So got a lot to learn about these players, right? But there's a reason they've made it this far in the tournament. And can't tell you who the favorite is going into this, but I know Gold Star is probably the best individual player in this series. So probably going to give the nod to his team as we go into game 1 here.
Well, we are getting game 1 started, of course. Truth, Slayer. I believe they will be going for camo this time. I haven't seen anybody just to, have the whole gentleman's agreement over camo yet this tournament. They've all been going for it. Starting off with Guitar Hero, dude will take the window angle to start and take a lot of damage as well. He'll just back off for now, just narrowly survive. You can tell they want to apply pressure on him. They do get the camo, I believe, to start out as Legend with it. Or no, did they skip it?
Gold Star VR ran straight for the camo, was able to pick it up,
right.
and he actually just gets taken down to a couple of nades. Legend finishing him off with the pistol, and Legend and Queez off to a hot start 2-0, even though they gave up a free camo at the beginning.
course, Ledger right now flying up to collapse on his teammate's damage, and he does a good job right there with Gold Star. You can see he's in trouble on Bubble. And if he can fly in and get some good damage here, a bit of an isolated fight, but nice kill from Cleese to keep things in their favor. 4-0 at this point. All the pressure, momentum on their side.
Yeah, it's super shocking to see a team of Gold Star just fall down this short, especially with that early camo pickup. He's unable to do anything with it and gets taken out fairly easily. And it's kind of resulted in what we have here. But somehow Gold Star and Guitar Hero Dude are in control of the map right now, so this is an opportunity for them to pick up some kills. Guitar Hero does pick up the first kill for the blue team. Let's see if they can turn 2 here and make this just a 2-kill game.
Legend just trying to stay alive and be a nuisance here. He's in a lot of trouble now, though. You can see they're both pushing up on him. Unable to get a kill there. Bit of an unfortunate situation for him, as of course his teammates going to be left in a 2v1. Gold Star flying up to get that kill, and that's the thing. Should Cleese be in top mid in that situation? Maybe he should be playing passive. He knows he's going to be 2v1 there, and now his teammate's stuck in top blue.
Yeah, and what was once a 4-kill lead, 4-0, and it looked like our red team was going to be able to run away with this game, is now tied up 4-4. Great job by Gold Star and Guitar Hero Dude to respond to the early deficit that they allowed and to answer that ring. And now that there's a camo coming up here in 10 seconds. This is very important kills that go in the favor of both teams. Now it's a one-on-one between Cleese and Gold Star, and it looks like Gold Star is going to land some perfect shots in order to pick up that camo.
Really surprised that setup for camo worked. Usually you have somebody controlling P2 or top mid when they're getting ready for camo, but Gold Star was sitting under blue base, just waiting for somebody to, fortunately push up in front of him, and he got 1 kill and then translated that into this this camo grab. So big momentum swing right now, killing spree for Gold Star, and another nice kill for the double. Man's just cleaning him up.
Much better job with camo the second time around for Gold Star. He's able to turn it into 2 straight kills, and now he's going to look to apply that pressure on the blue. Does have a little bit of time left still in this camo, so look for this to impact these next few kills. His teammate does go down in pink. A little bit of an overextension from Guitar Hero Dude. You just want to buy some time for Gold Star to impact that fight. Gold Star does pick up the kill, but a good trade when there's a camo player on the map from Legend and Cleese.
Just amazing camo play overall from Gold Star. The man's still living. He's on a spree. He's getting the kills. He might win this fight with Cleese. He'll back down for now. You can see John spinning around to get that collapse, and you would think he'd take advantage, but this man is living somehow. Still alive front blue right now. 1 shot under a lot of pressure, and I assume he's going to go down. I have no idea how he's still up. You can see his teammate helping him out up on P face. Cleese just living through everything right now. Gold Star now 1 shot, forced to back down into toilet. The shots still come in.
Yeah, huge blunder here by the blue team. They should have been able to get that kill a long time ago, but it doesn't result in any action for the red team other than some staying alive. And eventually Gold Star picks up another 2 kills and a killing frenzy from the start of that camo play. 12-7 and a killing frenzy. That means he's got 10 of them, right, and unanswered. And it's the reason for this 4-kill lead.
Does get shut down there, though. He will spawn back up. Guitar Hero just trying to stay alive, but unsuccessful. Next camo's coming up, so these are big kills. If the red players can just take advantage and get these slays, Gold Star doing what he can to play his life and get the trade, that's big. OS still coming up, though. You can see Cleese with the defense right now. He'll throw the nades in. John, Guitar Hero just moving so quick to get the aggression, but that did not work out in his favor. He doesn't want to be too aggressive on camo just yet. Now that he has his teammate, this should be a free grab, so there you go. Just going to close the scoreline just a little bit. Legend's got to live here. Just stay alive, and they can make something happen.
Yeah, finally the red team's able to get a power-up of their own, and we'll see what kind of damage Legend's able to do. He's able to clean up Guitar Hero Dude, and he's going to have his eyes set to a player that was top middle, but no longer top middle is that player, and he's going to spot that player now. Pink side of the base. I think Gold Star spots him as well. Gold Star unable to land the stick, and that's a great job by Legend to dodge that nade and end up picking up the kill. Very clean play from Legend here to bring his team back within 2.
Now Legend getting a little aggressive. He knows that player's in red, but that player makes the decision to fly over to top mid, and that actually might work out for him temporarily. Here's a little spring jump right up to the back of Generator. Got the remaining little fraction of his camo to try to stay alive here, and just barely getting out of bottom mid. Good nade to get that kill, and ends up being a trade.
Yeah, very good nade, but unfortunately he gets traded out as well from Guitar Hero. Do a good job by Gold Star and Guitar Hero to minimize the damage done from the camo plays from Legend.
Legend right now, right back to top mid. You know the thrust he was looking for, but it looks like it overshot him just a little bit. Good shots in a Guitar Hero, but the pinch comes in. This is a big pinch from Blue right here. You can see Tans has no possible way of coming out of that alive.
Yeah, absolutely not. And with that, a 5-kill lead for Blue Team, a hot start to game 1 for them, right? Only needing 6 more kills. The lead is up to 5. Guitar Hero doing Gold Star doing a phenomenal job so far of using teamwork and capitalizing on each other's damage done. You see Gold Star does a little bit of damage and Guitar Hero flies in and is unable to locate that player, but does land perfect shots onto Legend, and that's going to open up opportunities for Gold Star to kind of have a 1v1 with another player, right?
Really interesting rotations here, because I believe Camo should be up. There it is. And both Guitar Hero and Gold Star just rotating away from it, giving the red team an opportunity to pick it up. Now, Legend's just barely surviving here. Gold Star playing so aggressive, and he did the job. He did what he needed to do there. He got the stick. That's all that really matters. They still have the momentum. They still have that 6-kill lead as well.
Yeah, we saw Legend do a ton of damage with Camo the last time around, but Gold Star making sure that doesn't happen twice and making sure that they're able to continue this lead. Flies in the window and gets a phenomenal stick onto Legend with Camo. And with that 24-16, a few kills go in favor of Guitar Hero and Gold Star from that momentum. Guitar Hero do land some great shots, and now it's going to be a 1v2 for the win, 25-16. That's going to be a hot start from our blue team. The lower seeded team, I believe, going into this is going to come out on top here in game 1.
Yeah, a couple rough exchanges from Cleese there, though. Just the game was about to end. They probably wouldn't have made the comeback anyway. But just kind of flying out of Pink Door, being isolated, solo in that battle, getting melted really quickly. A couple moments where he's just getting 2v1'd and just completely wiped off the map. So something's going to have to change there. Hopefully he can. They can start to work together a little bit more effectively. Of course, we have I assume Plaza coming up next. It might be Regret. We'll find out in just a second. But hopefully that changes something for them.
I believe it's going to be Plaza because we just watched the other semifinals and the loser semifinals go on, and it was
Plaza. Yeah.
I believe it was Plaza, but it looks like it's going to be Regret. Which
might have been Regret actually, but anyway, continue.
Probably bodes well for Gold Star and Guitar Hero. Similar, like we talk about all the time. Truth and Regret play very similarly. The differences between Camo and Overshield are pretty obvious, but play style-wise, when those are off the map, rotations and whatnot, pretty similar. So if Gold Star and Guitar were able to find success with those features in Game 1, expect them to kind of have similar success in Game 2. Legend and Cleese really need to focus on maintaining power-ups and doing work, because we saw the little bit of light from that red team was with the Camo. So look for them to try and get this Overshield and potentially use it to stay in this game and potentially come out on top and take this to a Game 3.
Yeah, or at very least get that burn, because just especially in the first half of that game, it was Gold Star who was doing such amazing work with that Camo, right? Just kicking it off with a killing frenzy. Like that can't happen in this Regret game if they want any chance of coming back. And he made a lot of that happen with amazing Camo play. So if at the very least they can burn this OS, they can keep that power up away from them or counter it with the combo, they might have some chance of bringing things back. And I feel like, especially in Regret, it's a lot easier to isolate spawns and know exactly where your enemies are going to be. And hopefully they can pinch and conquer and see some success off there. Of course, we got our match starting up. We'll switch it over here. Regret 2s going for OS to start.
Yeah, super interested to see how this start goes down, because at the beginning of Regret, both players are always going for the Overshield on both teams. So everybody gets to use teamwork. Everybody gets to show off a little bit of showcase of individual skill. And it looks like Legend's going to be able to take down one. Cleese takes down the other. And although they're not able to get the Overshield, the red team gets map control and 2 kills with it in their favor. A hot start from red team, needing to rebound after the Game 1 performance. So exactly what you want to see if you're a Legend or Cleese fan.
Yeah, excellent answer back from them for sure. They do get another trade here. 3-1 right now. Legend has information on where that player is. Just waiting to see if he peeks out. It looks like for now he'll just change position, get back up on the top of the map. Hopefully he has his teammate with him somewhere nearby. As he pushes up on blue car here, you can see another player right above, and that thrust and the bat will give away all the info. This is good for a collapse. Nice shots in from Legend. He'll keep a one shot, back that player down. His teammate not really in a position to help, unfortunately, though. He might get 2v1'd here. You can see Legend looking for the help. Legend doing so much work here, but just unable to get anything going.
Yeah, Cleese and Legend don't really have the angles to capitalize on their damage. However, Guitar Hero Dude and Gold Star BR do a phenomenal job of working together and capitalizing on each other's angles to where they minimize that damage from the start. It's a 4-3 game. Legend and Gold Star, or Legend and Cleese still in the lead, but for how long is the question. They do pick up a huge kill from Legend right there to extend the lead back to 2, but kind of a blunder from Legend and Cleese to have map control right there, but not have good enough teamwork, I'll say, in order to capitalize on it.
Speaking of teamwork, they're very split on the map right here, but this might work out. Cleese gets a big kill. Legend can now push up. He can fly in on blue base right here and just try to collapse on that player. You can see Gold Star trying to milk. He's got it in his name tag. And he can't really do that just now. Nice little convenient ammo drop there as well, practically filling the entire Magnum after running out of ammo there.
Yeah, the lead's up to 4. Legend and Cleese answering their backs against the wall very well so far here in game 2. Overshield will be coming up here in about 4 seconds. And with that, Legend's going to be trying to run dead sprint at it, and it looks like they were able to pick it up, but not without losing Legend's life. I'll take that trade if I'm Cleese, as long as I'm able to pick up this kill. Cleese with a little bit of sloppy shots there, unable to pick up any kills, and now they're going to look to kind of press the attack and finish them off in a 2v1 situation, and they do a great job of taking down the Overshield player, as well as picking up a couple kills along the way. And although Overshield went to Legend and Cleese, Gold Star and Guitar do a phenomenal job of using teamwork and bait and switching and making sure it doesn't impact the outcome of the game too much.
Well, they haven't been able to swing things back yet. You can see Gold Star forced to back off here. Good shots coming in from Cleese to keep him back and just keep that lead. It's a narrow lead, but it's good to have right now in the first half of the game here. Gold Star losing his teammate. He's now ISO, and he's in the middle of the map here. This could be really rough in just a second, and he gets 5'd.
Yeah, and if this pace continues, this will be going to a game 3 because our red team did lose game 1, and they look like they're ready to rebound here pretty fast and take this to a game 3 with the shots that we've seen so far. A few perfects early on in the game will help kind of steer the confidence in the right direction in order to kind of clutch up and make sure that this goes the distance.
On board with Cleese right now. Taking some damage. He could have lived there. Unfortunate death. They still have that lead. He's got the info on where John is at this point. Big fight right now. Legend top mid. Nice kill onto Gold Star. That's a great answer back. Just to keep that lead going. This 6 kills is huge. As we start to get past that halfway point here. And a new OS coming up very soon.
Yeah, Overshield having been not effective so far throughout this game 2. Really looking to see if it's going to go in the favor of the red team and they're going to be able to close this game 2 out pretty easily, or is blue team going to be able to pick up this Overshield and kind of muster up a comeback? But if they are able to get the burn, which they're not, that would have been good for the red team. But this is a sign of hope for our blue team right now as they pick up a kill and the Overshield. It does look like Overshield is drained already, but a little bit of map control momentum may go in the favor of blue team here and an opportunity to bring this back.
Cleese with the efforts to stay alive. He is successful. Good play from Legend to help him out as well. Now 16-9. Of course, that opponent right above them, but Cleese not sure exactly where he is yet. Up on car 3. There we go. He'll fly in. Doesn't get the first melee. Somehow outplays him. Great reversal right there from Cleese. It's a good little trade on the map as well. You can see Gold Star gets his kill. Nice shots across the map to keep that player back as well. Cleese warming up a little bit here. It's looking so good so far.
Yeah, I love what you're seeing out of red team, right? Not only have they built this lead from the beginning, but they've been able to continue this lead and really look dominant doing so. They're able to win their one-on-ones, and this is not really something you saw in game 1 that we're seeing. The confidence that these players are playing with in game 2 is completely different, and that's what bodes well for them taking this to a game 3 if they're able to close this out. And it looks like they have every intention in doing so, continuing this lead to 19-11 right now.
Yep, as long as they can keep up this pressure. Look at this. This player completely stuck here. Legend will fly in, takes a big nade, though, and that's a big trade as well. And we'll see if he can convert that into something. Cleese right now looking to answer back. Oof. A trade from him. Of course, all trades in favor of Red. Only 5 kills left. And a new OS coming up. That'd be the last one in the game here.
Yeah, and it really does look with the way this pace is going that this will be the last overshield, right? And unless blue team has something to say about it, red team looking to win a few fights for this overshield, and then once they gain control, they'll be able to close this game out. And it does. Oof. Both kills go in the favor of the red team. One player does go down in Legend, but Cleese is going to immediately go for the overshield and be the only player on the map alive in order to contest it. And now they're looking to press on to red here and finish this game off 23-14. A very dominant performance from Cleese and Legend. A great rebound game to take this to a 3-game series.
Absolutely. Might not have expected it based off of that first game on Truth, but right now just completely answering back on regret. Cleese looking to finish this off with the last fight here. He's not able to do so just yet. They'll live a little bit longer, playing their lives down to the last breath. You can see Legend now under the base trying to make a slow play. I don't know if they found him just yet. There you go. Last potential fight. Does he kill him with a nade? Not quite. Cleese looking to collapse. Just throwing their lives away a little bit here. Somehow both these guys are living, but I mean, they got a hell of a road to climb here. Not expecting a comeback just yet.
Yeah, and what once seemed like a dark hole to game 3, maybe there's a shed of light at the end of the tunnel, but with that shed of light comes a final kill on the Gold Star BR. Try as they might to come back, the deficit was too much for them to try and overcome, and red team doing a great job rebounding after game 1 and taking this to a 3rd game.
Making him work for it a little bit. Now, I wonder how things will change when we get to a map like Plaza. I assume it's going to be Plaza. I'm not sure. But, you know, things might be a little bit different there. I'm curious to see how these guys play with a sniper rifle in their hands with all these power weapons to work with. But great work there from Cleese and Legend. Like, just from what I mentioned back in Truth, where, you know, there was some unfortunate, maybe it was communication blunders, whatever it is, where it just didn't feel like they were in sync with each other. Cleese, you know, getting double teamed a lot of the time, too. It didn't happen in this game. He played much better. He got the most kills on his team. They worked together very efficiently, and the result was a pretty substantial W right there.
Yeah, phenomenal job. And taking a look at the stats, Gold Star BR having a really rough game too, and not really expecting him to have a rough game, being probably the most renowned player in this lobby, right? I know Legend has shown us that he's capable of doing very well, but Gold Star struggling, really looking at him to pick up game 3 and close this out for his team if they want to move on.
Definitely the last opportunity to do so. Of course, getting started with our match on Plaza. We've got red side, Cleese and Legend, blue side, Guitar Hero, Gold Star. Going to kick it off with Guitar Hero, who's actually flying into Yard. This is a strat we haven't seen quite yet. Looking for a bit of a, or he will go top yellow. I take that back. We've seen stuff like this. He will get the defense. It looks like that OS is in the hands of Legend. And the first kill down, second one, both in the favors of red. Nice little trade with the nade there to keep things close, but the OS in the hands of Legend.
Yeah, questionable starting strat from Guitar and Gold Star right there, because he was not there in order to dictate the outcome of the overshield. Kind of giving Legend Cleese an early overshield control, and we're going to see what they're able to do with it. Doesn't look like much for now, as the game is tied up 2-2. Guitar Hero dude does have snipe, and they've been able to minimize the damage, but super questionable route to kind of expect the other team not to go straight for the overshield and get it in their control, right?
Right now I'm on board with Guitar Hero. Of course, sniper in the back pocket. He's still got a few shots left in that, 4 shots to be exact. You got players spawning up on bottom left right now. He's got the angle just in case somebody comes up. And there you go, like clockwork, but it misses the shots. Legend just living and forcing him to burn 3 shots in the process. Here's the collapse as well, missing the last. That's a big turn of events right there. All 4 bullets wasted in the snipe. No real outcome except for a couple deaths. Nice little turnaround.
Super sloppy shots by Guitar Hero dude right there, and they're going to be punished for it, right? That was an opportunity to build yourself a lead, and now you're at a deficit 5-4 as you go down right off spawn. Guitar Hero dude having a rough start here to game 3.
Cleese right now, just play patient. Let them come to him. There's the first one in light rifle. Back down for now. He knows Legend's in a fight. He's got to lend shots into that. It doesn't look like he needs to. Just, Legend holding his own. Legend a pretty damn good player. There's the shots up to top yellow. Nade with a little bit of help, and you can see his teammates spawning up in yard as well. We got a bit of a brawl coming out. Cleese with the shots. Keep them back down. Keep them stuck in yard.
Yeah, Legend pushing into yard or into blue right there. Picks up a big kill on the Guitar Hero dude. Now Queez on screen is going to end up trading with Guitar Hero, but Overshield's coming up right now, and it does go in the hands of Legend. The kills go in favor of Red Team right before Overshield comes up, and those are going to be very important kills for our Red Team to get control of this Overshield. And now, don't be surprised when this lead starts to extend itself with Overshield going to Legend. Goldstar tries to combat Legend with the Overshield, but goes down. Good job by Guitar Hero dude to trade that kill out at the end, but the damage was kind of done and the pressure was applied. We'll see if Queez is able to finish a kill here.
Guitar Hero and Goldstar are actually doing a really good job just answering back to that OS and then taking out the following player as well. Really didn't get much work or much damage out of it. Now Goldstar, of course, pushing up on Loop. Great nade coming in. Unable to capitalize on the damage. Legend will take advantage as well, and now Sniper's up. Oh my god. There's the trade.
Love what we're seeing out of our Red Team here. They're able to pick up 2 straight kills there. Overshield not coming up for another minute, so they're pretty comfortable, able to have snipe control in the hands of Queez and see if he's able to do any damage. Haven't seen him with a power weapon yet. Super interested to see if he's able to kind of go off with it.
Of course, we'll find out. Queez right now pushing up on yard. He's lost his teammate in the process here, and you can hear the other one up on top yellow. Or actually, no, I take it back. His teammate's all the way on the other side of the map here. Looking to collapse, though. Oh, and I'm missing that jump with the snipe as well. Not able to get the angle that he's looking for, but if he can finally pull something off here, he's got so many shots to work with, but unable to find the position that he's looking for. Back down for now.
Yeah, no real damage done with the snipe so far in this game, right? We've seen a lot of misses and a lot of sloppy play, but Queez lands a nice body shot right there and almost shuts me up. Another body shot. And a huge kill on the Guitar Hero as the Overshield's coming up. It does look like Blue Team's going to be there to pick it up. Unable to land the headshots with the pistol, and Goldstar smells blood in the water. Nice stick on the Goldstar to get rid of the Overshield, but can't land the headshot again with the pistol. Sloppy play from Queez after a nice little stick. It's going to result in Goldstar VR with an opportunity to take over this game and get his team back in it with a snipe.
Yep, on board with Goldstar right now. 3 shots left in the snipe up on top yellow. He's got his teammate over on glass. This could be a bit of a pinch. Looks like he's going to rotate all the way over to his teammate. See if they can get something started here. Trading out positions. Guitar Hero push up. Guitar Hero's alone right now. Goldstar looking to collapse. Trying to do something. Nice damage. Guitar Hero unable to answer back. He's too weak at that point. Now you can see Goldstar's going to have to back off. Doesn't spot the player as well. He can hear the combo. No idea where he is, and he's going to get pinched right now. Sniper out of ammo. At least he's burned that.
Yeah, and a phenomenal job by Red Team to make sure that Goldstar doesn't have an easy angle to get an easy snipe off in that situation. They kind of pressure him, but they do it from different angles to where Goldstar's thrown off and not able to land a good shot. Still a 6-kill lead for Red Team, and they're sitting comfortable as Overshield doesn't come up for another minute. They do have combo. Goldstar spots the player with combo. They know where this player is, but he's just going to wisely back down out of this fight. But now his teammate has kind of overextended and tried to help him a little bit. The Blue Team able to focus their attention onto him and pick up that easy kill. And we're going to see both Blue Team members on screen collapse on this second player. A couple of kills go in their favor. Now all of a sudden this game starts to get interesting.
Ooh, he does get the trade there. And I was thinking, yeah, this might be the moment for a momentum swing. Goldstar or Guitar Hero just shooting at nothing for whatever reason. Just, little audio cues, maybe a distraction. But the sniper now in the hands of the enemy. Cleese just burning some of the shots as well. He wants to keep this lead in their favor. He knows he doesn't need all this ammo. And if he goes down, last thing he wants to do is give it over to the opposition. Nice shot there as well to finish off that kill. Keep that lead in their favor. They can fly up a Guitar Hero. Don't die here. If they keep this pressure, it's great. OS should be up as well. Legend will fly in to grab it. This is all the momentum in their favor. And what? Legend got 5 before grabbing that OS. Goldstar just made a huge play. Cleese now forced to back down. And it looks like they might be able to return the favor once again. Great little stick before he dies, though.
Yeah, nice stick by Queez right there, but kind of an opportunity lost for Red Team because it was going to be a 6-kill game with Overshield and Snipe in control of both players. And a huge 5-shot by Goldstar kind of mitigates that opportunity for them, but it's still a 6-kill game. There's still so much work to do for Gold Star and Guitar Hero if they want to try and win this. And Guitar Hero goes down, so it only makes Gold Star's job a little bit harder, knowing that Legend has Snipe as well.
This point looking a little insurmountable. Cleese will fly up right now. Nose guard, Guitar Hero's ISO. Easy kill right there. 2 more remaining. Don't really know if a comeback is possible at this point. It's possible, but not likely at the very least here. And there's the spot, the player on top glass. You can see Legend perfect position to get that nice, quick collapse. Put it down to our last kill. Seal the deal on this series.
Yeah, great rebound after game 1 in this series from Legend and Cleese. You had to wonder, like, are they going to be able to even compete in this series after game 1? They end up actually winning the series in 2 dominant performances, game 2 and game 3. We're not close. Great responses, and that's going to bode well for their opportunities because they're going to need to play better going into the losers semis.
Yeah, if you want any chance of surviving the remainder of this tournament, this basically has to be your warm-up. This is you just getting started because the caliber of players in our losers finals and then grand finals is pretty damn incredible.
Yeah, I think that we still have losers semis ahead of us. That was just another losers quarterfinals match.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah,
we're still going.
so
We got lots of matches going here.
tons of matches, but they're going to have to play to the level they did in those games 2 and 3 to even have a chance to move on to losers finals. So we've seen that they have it in them, but they need to be able to play at that consistently in order to move on.
Yeah, completely agree. We're going to find out what happens next very shortly as well. Of course, like Wes said, we've got more loser semis coming up, and then we'll get into our finals, our grand finals, and get down to the most hype, the most intense matches of the night. But stick with us for now. We'll be right back shortly. See you soon.
The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho. I like you guys. You're so cool. Potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You got to be good. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be good and you got to compete. You got to play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student. You got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are going to change that. You're going to get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're going to travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports. The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho, I like you guys, you're still cool, potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You gotta be good. Don't get me wrong. You've gotta be good and you gotta compete, you gotta play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student, you got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are gonna change that. You're gonna get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're gonna travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports.
Anywhere to go though. I think that Renegade and Skeptify, once they pick up the first kill, they smell blood in the water and they were swarming like sharks, and in doing so took out the snipe.
I don't want to get hit by that nade. You can see the OS with Septify as well. If he leads the charge, he can take some of that damage, but Renegade just gets completely caught with his pants down, ankles broken. 24-23, Legend with a huge double kill that I didn't even get to see.
5-kill lead, I call that a success to start off. Overshield's coming up here in 10 seconds. Who's going to win these one-on-ones now? And now they're kind of stagnant at snipe. They know there's probably a guy at blue. Goldstar picks up a guy in yard, and they're going to look to collapse on this Skeptify player. Top dip, and Sap hits an amazing no-scope.
We're back with our Esports Arena Halo 5 2v2. We're going to jump right into the match. I can hear it loading up already. We've got Vetra back right now. We're continuing with our losers semis now. Finally, loser semis, I believe. And here we go. Truth to kick it off.
Yep, loser semis kicking off. And this is going to be a whole different beast for both these teams, right? I don't think either one of them have played a team of this caliber in the losers bracket just of yet. And Tapping Buttons and Vetra being all too familiar with this round in the bracket. Probably looking to continue to advance to the losers finals, but Legend and Queez coming off a hot reverse sweep really in a best of three. Winning both of the last two games, looking to continue their dominance and make sure that they have an appearance as well. And a good start from Queez and Legend off to a 2-1 start, but immediately shut down by Vetra and Tapping Buttons. They're going to tie this one up, and back and forth I expect this game to go.
Yep. Speaking of which, Vetra getting 5, or sorry, Tapping getting 5, Vetra cleaning it up. And Vetra cleaning up another for a double. Good plays from him, answering right back and now controlling pink. He knows those spawns are up on blue side. You can see Tapping landing in fire already, and I wonder how aggressive Vetra is feeling right now. looking to get all the way to the back of blue base nice and quick here. Shots into Legend. Legend looking to win this fight, and he does. That was a close one, and that will give them a slight lead.
Sloppy shots by Vetra right there, and he's going to get punished immediately by Legend for it. Great job by Legend to hit those crouch shots and make that player miss. And now Vetra and Tapping being put on their heels just a little bit, stuck at red, and both Legend and Cleese know exactly where Tapping Buttons is under this base. Cleese is going to choose to push in, take down. Tapping Buttons gets knocked to no shields, but it doesn't look like Vetra's in any position to capitalize on that damage.
Yep, but he will put some nice damage in just to keep him back for now. You can see both players trapped in red base. As he's up on top mid, he will move to pink. Shots into red, clean up Legend, and now his teammate left isolated. Cleese, no real options right there. Great answer back, double from Vetra. He can keep his pressure going.
Yeah, and a big 2 kills by Veteran Tapping to make sure that they continue this back and forth pace at the scoreboard. And it seems like whatever team has map control hasn't really been able to find any success with it, right? It's like almost the advantage to the players playing from the bases as we see the kill feed go right back to 2 for our red team, and with that camo coming up, and this could be their first real lead that we see start to evolve with this camo coming up and in the hands of Legend.
Yep, Legend has it. I'm going to switch over to Legend and see what he can do with it. Right now up on top mid, managing to get that first kill. Tapping Buttons now stuck up in red. He's going to get 2v1 in just a second here. There's the shots from Cleese to finish him off. So good answer back, and Legend in the meantime wasting no time looking for that spawner. It looks like he's looking the wrong direction for now, but Camo gives him a lot of opportunities here. You can see Cody there just up on P2. Legend with the shots, trying to live. Vetra with the answer back. That was a big trade right there, and they will keep their lead 11-7, but the Camo is off map.
Yeah, huge trade right there, and no damage done with the camo once again. And a big kill to minimize the damage and make sure this game doesn't get ugly really quick. And Tapping, it's going to be his responsibility to land great shots onto Legend there. Perfect kill from Tapping. Scores down to 3. They smell the player pink too. They're trying to collapse on him. Clee's doing a good job of making a 1v2, a 1v1, and winning the 1v1 and ending up getting traded out eventually. But first, winning that one-on-one was massive just to buy his teammate time, and it looks like we're going to have the scoreboard back up 13-9. Cleese being responsible for that 4-kill lead.
Really great answer here from Legend and Cleese off the start of this Truth game. I mean, they got a nice little lead developing here. Tapping doing something to try to stop it, but there you go, double from Legend as well. And this is a bit of an opposite, kind of situation for what we saw in the last series in Truth when Legend and Cleese seem to be having trouble working together. It seems like complete reversal this time around. They're doing great so far. New camo coming up pretty soon. You can see Vetra setting up for it right now with his teammate. And we'll see who can win the best of this situation.
Yeah, do Tapping Buttons and Veteran know what time camo is the question. Tapping Buttons does go down, but our red team has had camo both times, and I think that they're going to have the exact time, while blue team kind of has to guess of which time it's coming up. Vetra does get eyes onto the camo, does spot the player that picks it up, and does take down Legend, but Legend on a nice clutch stick. We've seen it all day long, and again it happens. A nice clutch stick. Right before going down is going to trade that kill out and continue the 4-kill lead, 17-13. And red team doing a phenomenal job of making sure that their blue team doesn't cut in to this 4-kill lead at any point in time, that they're able to comfortably play with this 4-kill lead and continue to trade kills when needed.
Definitely playing a little keep away for now. Trying to very carefully plan their attack here and focus their resources over to Kara. This is a great little collapse. They isolated one player, left the other guy out of the picture, and now they can turn around and work on him. Here he is, top mid. Shots at a Tapping. Tapping will back down. One shot in a rough situation. Can't land the stick as well. That's 19-13 on the scoreboards. Things starting to move out of control here as you can see them start to make real waves in our last 5 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's like a lack of teamwork that we're seeing between Tapping and Vetra, because the individual skill we know is there, but never do we see them finding success pushing with each other to find these kills. And as I said, Vetra flying right past Legend, right over his head almost, and not getting the correct information and not having the correct awareness in order to capitalize on this situation. Legend somehow gets away with a kill and his life for now, and he continues to give these players a hard time as he maneuvers his way all over Car. Legend still alive, no shield, finally goes down, but the damage has been done. It's a 7-kill lead, and Legend spent about 30 seconds over Car's side of the map, being knocked to no shield multiple times, and picking up a kill in the process. Just giving Tapping and Vetra such a hard time. That's got to be a shot to Vetra and Tapping's confidence for this series, knowing that one player on the other team is giving you such a hard time just to get one kill.
So, speaking of which, I think they're still chasing him down here. Vetra now up in P2. Shots into Legend. Nice, perfect kill. A bit of an answer back, but is it too late? Camo's coming up. Real opportunity to get some momentum. Nice kill from Tapping as well. They're still in this game. They basically got to play perfect Halo. On board with Vetra right now with Camo, and he lost his teammate. This is not good. Vetra right now.
Under by Tapping, not allow Vetra to kind of get some information with this Camo and get into a position to where he's able to even trade the kill out. Tapping dies for free, and now 0 room for error from our blue team. They need to get 7 straight unanswered kills, and it doesn't look like they're going to have a recipe for that success right now. Vetra trying to get whatever information he can with this Camo. Does spot a player car set, but does he know both players? No, he does not know both players. Just ran away to lose the car. And a great strategy by Legend and Cleese actually to understand that there's a Camo player trying to hunt him down, so let's just run away and wait for this Camo to go out, right? And I think that they've successfully bought enough time to make this Camo go out, and now all they need to do is pick up 1 kill.
Really just testament to the level of play from these guys. Even with the advantage that they have, they just don't want to give the blue team any opportunity for any momentum whatsoever. They rotated away. They played evasive. Camo's no longer in the picture, though they are getting a couple kills, and Vetra almost landed that stick there on the way to the base, but Legend right now still staying alive, being a nuisance. Teammate spawns up, looking for the cross as well. Might be the last kill in the situation, but nice shots from Tapping into Legends. Just narrowly surviving. No idea how Tapping is staying alive here, and he just manages to escape for now with 1 bullet left in his Magnum also.
Yeah, needs to find a gun and needs to do it fast because his teammate is being focused, and you got to understand that the red team is going to be pushing you. Looks bottom mid for the pistol that spawns there. Doesn't see it. Eventually runs bottom middle and is able to pick that up, and now Tapping finally with some ammo in his clip. We'll look to see if he can continue to play perfect Halo and close this game. This game score a little bit closer and potentially create this upset. They spot Cleese, blue side pink, unable to finish that kill. Camo is up.
Wow.
There is a player pink. I'm not sure how all of these players are staying alive. Eventually, Vetra does go down, but not without a fight.
Yeah, that was getting real nerve-wracking there for a second when they pick up that last Camo, and he didn't spot him as well. I believe Tapping won that fight with Camo also, but on the other side of the map, I think Cleese did his job. He got that kill, and they will manage to get away with a victory there in the first game on Truth. Great start from Legend and Cleese. They had a really good lead for most of that. It just got a little scary towards the end, but overall, still 25-20. Good start.
Yeah, great start by Legend and Cleese, right? Poor start by Tapping Buttons and Vetra, honestly. Not a lot of control, not a lot of individual plays made by those two, and you kind of expect individual plays to be made by Tapping Buttons and Vetra in order to kind of dictate the game. But hopefully, game 2 is a map with a little bit more of a power weapon, and there's more of a power-up story to the gameplay that we watched, because it looked like Legend and Cleese had control of the Camo the majority of the time, and with it, they were able to dictate the pace of the game and come away with a Game 1 win.
Does look like we're jumping into Plaza as our second map, so like you said, things could change in a big way. Vetra, Tapping Buttons are amazing on this map, and they don't miss that snipe too often as well. So you put that in their hands, things could change pretty considerably here also. But Legend Cleese doing a great job. I feel like they've just kind of been warming up from that initial Truth game they had in their last series, and it just seemed like they're getting better and better as they go. So if things continue, they they might be looking towards a victory here. Of course, we're still in best of 3 territory, so they win this game, they move on.
All right, and it does look like Plaza's going to be game 2. Switching over to observer mode for you.
Yep.
And looks like they are going to have an opportunity for Plaza having an overshot in the snipe to kind of make the plays needed in order to take this to a game 3 if they're able to get control of these power-ups and power weapons. But Legend and Cleese did a great job game 1 of making sure they were in control of Camo the entire time.
Can't wait to find out. Of course, Legend, Cleese starting red side of the map here. You got Tapping, Vetra, blue side. Match is starting up right now. We'll switch over POV to Plaza, see how things take place here. Oh, we're not. We're going to go right back into our lobby. Get right back into discussion phase. If you had to make a prediction, Wes, who do you think it's going to go to? Legend and Cleese had the momentum, but I feel like Tapping and Vetra on paper should be winning this.
Yeah, I think Cleese and Legend just looked better game 1, and I would expect them to continue to look better game 2. I think Tapping won a couple of one-on-ones that were impressive, but other than that, there was just not enough teamwork out of Tapping and Vetra. It looked like Legend and Cleese were
right
on more of the same page, and I think in 2v2s that's just such a vital piece of the success of teams. So I would not be surprised if this is just a 2-0.
Well, we'll find out. Definitely could go either way here. Kicking it off with tapping buttons. Looks like he will fly for snipe. I like that little starting strat. Oh, not quite. He got a clamber in there. Not really what you want, but he'll skip over snipe for now. Toss the nade in for damage. He will grab snipe, bring it lift, and start burning some of that ammo to kick it off. Now, I'm not sure if OS was picked up. It looks like nobody... If it was burned, or maybe it wasn't grabbed. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and this is a great start for Tapping, right? Like, OS is off the map. You got control of snipe. You're a very good individually skilled player. This is the opportunity you kind of need to, like, propel yourself to success in game 2. And what kind of damage are you able to do with the snipe? I believe he missed that shot. It did look close. But he is going to be pressured by a player. He doesn't spot until the last second. Does land a body shot. And Vetra is able to finish up the kill, giving them the 2-1 lead. But the snipe ammo, I believe there's only 3 shots left in the snipe, maybe just 2. And Tapping already having done a little bit of damage, but not enough to kind of separate the two teams as Vetra goes down in yards.
Tapping gonna have to back off here as well. Get a couple shots into Cleese. Cleese actually unaware of the fact that he was still sitting there. That worked out in his favor for a nice little trade, and Vetra dealing the damage to keep things going here. So 4-3. Now Vetra picking up the snipe. 1 shot left in the chamber. Player spawning over in Cafe. He's preparing himself for a lift, but it looks like he's changed his mind. There you go. Shots in through big door. He's got the info. Teammate pushing up. If he can get a bit of a distraction, he doesn't need to. Nice headshot from Vetra right there. Pick up the light rifle. They can do some damage here.
Yeah, 2 straight kills, and that's a great job to extend this to 3. And it looks like Tapping Buttons and Vetra have woken up here in game 2, and are looking to take this series the distance to 3 games. And would not be shocked having seen the hot start that they're up to, and the teamwork that we didn't see in game 1 quickly is turned around, and they're able to kind of show us that they are capable of using that kind of teamwork here in game 2 early on.
Definitely keeping it close. Legend just picked up the OS. Now on board with Legend, pushing up to S4 here. Oh, don't get back.
Oh my God.
Oh, ankles broken on S4. Legend, what happened? He will get back smacked. OS burned.
This series is over.
This series is over. There you go. Oh my
Mentality God. Crushed, and I don't know how you rebound after that.
That's it.
That's probably, I would have probably quit. But things like that happen in Halo 5, and unfortunately it just happened to Legend and Cleese here in the loser semifinals, and that was a very, very important kill that Tapping was able to get, because that was an overshield player. Still just a 2-kill game, but wow, that was a hell of a play by Tapping, and a nice reversal here as he continues his reign of terror. And Tapping starting to wake up and heat up here in game 2.
Just breathe, Legend. Just breathe. Still early. Still a close match. Tapping does have snipe, and he does want to rip some faces here. There's the nice shots for Legend, keeping things in play. Sniper will go down on Nest. Legend will back down as well. Vetra looking for the challenge. Can't finish him quite yet. Caught in a reload. That's a good answer back. The sniper down on top of Nest right now, and I think Legends knows that. He can push up, just barely get away with his life and pick up that sniper. Let's see if he can do something with it. Not quite. He'll get naded. Nice nade.
Yeah, this sniper is looking like it's cursed, because no one is able to stay alive with it, right? Everyone that immediately picks it up immediately goes down. And a great couple rebound kills by Legend to not let that overshield ninja backsmack go. Kind of linger too often, or too long, I'll say. And just a 1-kill game as Cleese picks up a kill. And this is a great job by our red team, because it feels like this entire game Tapping and Vetra have pretty much dominated, right? But it's only a 1-kill game, and now it's tied up.
Yep.
And for a game that feels like the blue team has dominated and made all the plays in, it speaks volumes to how red team has been able to stay in this game. Now they're in control of Overshield and Snipe, so it's their turn.
Flashbacks. Was getting flashbacks for a second there. He's pushing through S4 with OS, but this time there's nobody there to challenge him. And this is perfect for Legend. Gets one, flies up on tapping. Tapping right now, looking for another back smack, maybe. And he'll back down for now. He's got the light rifle. Oh, no! Oh, my God. Literally almost did it.
Stay away from tapping buttons if you have Overshield. It's not good. Bad things are happening when Legend has Overshield and he pushes tapping. So trying to keep your distance. Maybe you're a long-range gunfight player, you know. Now that you have Snipe, there's no reason to even get near enough to threaten a tapping buttons ninja, because if it happened twice in one game, I'd probably stop observing and just let the rest of the game play out. But it didn't happen, and Legend now has Snipe and a 1-kill lead, so we'll stop giving him a hard time, because it has happened multiple times to tons of top pros, right? So it happens to the best of us, Legend, and you have an opportunity to redeem yourself with this Snipe right here as you go up to Snipe. He knows these players are below him. Does get hit by the barrel right there, and it's not to no shield. Good job of staying alive so far. Nice body shot onto Vetra, catching him off guard. Vetra's still thinking that he was S4 somewhere. Good job by Legend to get that kill and maintain snipe control.
Arguably the most destructive weapon combination on the map in this man's hands right now. 3 shots left in the snipe, light rifle just in case he can't hit those shots. A lot of firepower here, and you can see he's just waiting on that sniper coming up in less than 10 seconds. OS coming up shortly after that. This is a big turning point moment in the match here, and you want to win these battles. You want to land those snipes, even if it's in the knee. Still a kill. Good stuff from Legend right there. He's got the ammo as well. OS coming up very soon, tapping with a nice kill to keep things close, and he's got positioning on OS, but can Legend get the shot? Just missing 2 big shots right there. He's got to live right now. Needs this damage. Missing everything onto Vetra, finally landing 1 body, but is it too little too late? His teammate grabbing OS. Cleese will stay alive with OS for now. That's big.
Yeah, at least Legend was able to stay alive and distract both players long enough for Cleese to steal the overshield and keep it out of the blue team's hands. Now Legend doesn't have the potential to get injured because he doesn't have the overshield. And Cleese keeps the overshield out of blue team's hands, and they're able to continue this 1-kill lead with map control, and they're able to pick up Vetra here with some nice shots to the butt of Vetra that eventually take him down. And they smell blood in the water, and they're going to collapse on the tapping. They do trade it out. Solid trade by tapping, but a 2-kill lead for red team. There's a little bit of overshield left, but Cleese is going to choose to sit back and wait for Legend to spawn. Legend spawns, and then they collapse the player of Vetra and Yard. Great teamwork by Legend and Cleese, and this is the teamwork that we've been seeing from them in multiple series, continuing to show off and showcase its skill here in Game 2.
You talked about them just looking like the better team in the last game, and I mean, I think you're right at this moment. It is close, but they're still leading. Despite some of the blunders that they've had so far, things looking pretty good for Cleese and Legend right now. Combo in Cleese's hand. He will land the shot, and nice little combo right there from Cleese, escaping with his life. Player top yellow looking for the challenge as well. They're not pinching just yet. Oh, he's not going to do it again, is he? Vetra with the nice dodge. Good timing on the thrust right there. Cleese will stay alive. Cody managing to get the trade, but it's still a 4-kill lead.
Almost a huge double kill by Vetra, but fortunately Legend's able to finish that kill. Would have been a major blunder by Cleese, but great trade, and that's really all they have to do from here on out. Up 4 kills, needing 5 to go. We'll see if Cleese is able to continue this pressure. Great job by Legend to finish off Cleese's kill right there. And tapping buttons, running for his life. His overshield is going to be coming up fairly soon in the next 10 seconds. Legend has the exact time. Is able to burn it. At least gets it off the map to where tapping and Vetra don't have an overshield, and now they need to slow it down and wait for each other to spawn. Cleese does go down immediately as well. It's only a 3-kill game. A little bit of a blunder right there by Cleese to die after Legend burns overshield. But Legend gets off his spawn and immediately tries to apply some pressure and find some pressure on the tapping buttons and trades a kill. 22-19 is our score.
I'm not really sure how I feel about Legends Burn on OS as well, though. Like, unless they just didn't know the time at all, but it just didn't seem that well coordinated. He was sitting on it, took free shots in the back. He could have just waited, maybe, played his life out a little bit there. They had great positioning for OS, but regardless, it might not matter. 23-19 at this point. Legend will back down. Sniper up on the map. Cleese can pick that up. That's a big advantage in their favor. Just need a couple more kills here. Big fight onto tapping. You'll back down for now. Nobody wants to give up any deaths at this point.
Yeah, my eyes are focused on Cleese with this sniper, and is he able to close out the rest of this game? It's a 4-kill lead. You only need 2 to go, so landing a couple of snipe shots will end this game and this series in your favor. Will you be able to do it? Overshield not for another minute. He gets knocked down to no shield and immediately starts wasting ammo, but as he starts wasting ammo, the pressure's on and tapping buttons pushes him, and now tapping with the snipe, down 3. Eyes focused on him now because this is the opportunity that he needs to bring his team back into this series. A double melee on the Legend, a little bit of a blunder by Legend not being able to trade those double melees out. Great movement by tapping to kind of sidestep one of the melees from Legend and pick up that kill and narrow this lead down to 2. He's got a few more bullets in this snipe. Let's see what damage he's able to do with it.
It's a bit of a scary situation for Legend and Cleese. They only need 2 more kills, but they've kind of lost some of their steam at this point. Things are getting real close there. OS coming up very soon. You can see Cleese is hiding right underneath OS. They don't have info on him just yet. So if he gets the information from Legend on when it comes up, he can very quickly jump up there, grab it. And I think that's exactly what he's doing right now. He gets it. Tapping right now with the sniper. Oh, he got a backsmack too on Vetra. I'm flipping over to Cleese right now. Who's going to fly up. He's looking for this last kill here. Player on dip. It's tapping. Tapping his sniper. Can tapping live with this sniper? 3 body shots. 4 shots. Doesn't matter, though. Nice 5 from Cleese. He will win that game and the series. That was a crazy effort from tapping at the end there. 4 snipe shots. Still couldn't make it work.
Yeah, tapping kind of blew it, though, but taking that angle of bottom
Rough
dip
spot, yeah.
with the snipe as Overshield's coming up. Tapping knows Overshield's coming up and limits himself to that angle and doesn't spot the player that's already pushed up, waiting to jump up top middle for it. And because of it, they lose the game, right? That's such a interesting mistake for a player to make because that's just a bad angle, in my opinion, for a sniper to take. I mean, I know it's an unorthodox, unpredictable angle, and maybe he picks up a kill, but because that player is already pushed up, it's actually like worst case scenario, right? Major risk. Yeah, major risk taken by tapping and immediately punished because of it. Great job by Legend and Cleese, controlling Overshield all game long, and the game was pretty close, so you needed every one of those Overshields to kind of close that out, even the last one. But their teamwork prevailed once again, right? And control of the power-ups and power weapons. I know it didn't really seem like at any point in time, even though one of your Overshields got ninja'd, that they were ever really sweating against power-ups and power weapons the entire game.
Yeah. Yeah, it would seem like a bit of an unlikely duo at first in that last series, losing that first Truth game. I don't really know who Cleese is as well. This is my first time viewing him, but things have been going real well for these guys. Now looking like one of the best teams in this tournament. Of course, they have now solidified their position in losers finals. It won't be easy, though. I believe sitting on the other side should be Frosty Renegade, I think, who got knocked into losers earlier. So we're going to find out how that goes. Of course, we're almost at the end of this event here, guys. Stay tuned. We got more Halo matches coming up next. These are the biggest ones.
Past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournament, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation. Because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho, I like you guys, you're still cool. Potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, Where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You got to be good. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be good and you got to compete. You got to play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student. You got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are going to change that. You're going to get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're going to travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports. The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho, I like you guys, you're still cool, potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You got to be good. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be good and you got to compete. You got to play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student. You got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are going to change that. You're going to get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're going to travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports.
Anywhere to go though. I think that Renegade and Skeptify, once they pick up the first kill, they smell blood in the water and they were swarming like sharks, and in doing so took out the snipe.
I don't want to get hit by that nade. You can see the OS with Septify as well. If he leads the charge, he can take some of that damage, but Renegade just gets completely caught with his pants down, ankles broken. 24-23, Legend with the huge double kill that I didn't even get to see.
5-kill lead, I call that a success to start off. Overshield's coming up here in 10 seconds. Who's going to win these one-on-ones now? And now they're kind of stagnant at snipe. They know there's probably a guy at blue. Goldstar picks up a guy in yard, and they're going to look to collapse on this Skeptify player. Top dip, and Sap hits an amazing no-scope.
I can't even remember. You know, it's just like quarantine. How much time has passed by and how many of these we've done so far. I'm James Jamerson Lee, and joining me once again is going to be Tug. This week, we have one of the most stacked lobbies. It's going to be a best of 4, of course. The top 3 teams will be walking away with our share of $1,000, which has been our prize pool. And if you guys also want to contribute to that prize pool, I'm gonna shell out early. Make sure you type in !contribute. Go over to our Matcherino page and throw our competitors a little money here or there. That'll be really nice. Exactly how do our competitors get points on the board today, Tug?
And we're back with our Esports Arena Halo 5 2v2. We're getting down to the final matches of the tournament. 2 more series remain, and we are just about to kick off our losers finals. This is Legend, Cleese, Frosty, and Renegade back on the roster here. Both incredibly talented players. This should be a matchup you don't want to miss.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see Renegade and Frosty back from the winners finals that they unfortunately lost to Bound and Neptune, and it's going to be interesting to see how they rebound, and I expect them to rebound fast, and I expect the pace of this game to be pretty quick. We've seen a lot of Legend and Cleese and their losers bracket run up until this point, but this is a whole different beast that they're going to have to kind of face now going against the likes of Renegade and Frosty, right?
You said it. We're getting started. Frosty flying in here. Of course, Camo, very important point of contention here. And it looks like Frosty's first one to get there. Nice shots in. He doesn't actually grab the Camo, though. No, nor does he burn it. So that's big on the part of Legend. Legend has Camo. Looks like he's going to get that 3-shot beatdown as well. Nice little start here from Blue Team. Legend and Cleese carrying that momentum from the last 2 series, starting out strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the start they needed, right? They need to get off to a hot start and establish some confidence against these top legends of Halo 5, right? And if they're able to do that, they're able to snowball that momentum a little bit into hopefully the rest of the series. And a 4-1 lead is as good as you could hope for, right? If you're a Legend or Cleese.
Speaking of which, Legend right now top in P3. Still got a little bit of Camo remaining. You can see how passively Red plays. I say they're playing passive, but he's still getting 5s. Oh my god, beautiful shots from Legend right there, denying Renegade and Frosty with a nice little double. And they got a nice lead in their hands as well. He knows exactly where they're going to spawn. Pushing up on Frosty for yet another kill here. Frosty will back down for now. No players, 1 shot. You can see an opposite battle going to happen over on the car side. But Legend with some nice movement right now as he gets right behind Frosty, managing to pull off that kill.
Yeah, and that's a huge kill from Legend, right? I think that 7-1, this is not the start that I expected to see from Cleese and Legend, but you have to think that Frosty and Renegade just spent a lot of time waiting for the rest of the losers bracket to kind of conclude. So how cold are they going into this series? 8-2 and a nice stick from Cleese as well. It feels like everything is going right for Legend and Cleese so far in this game. That's exactly what they need as a recipe for success.
Yeah, Frosty doing a good job returning the favor there. Coming in with a nice patient 5. You know, he wants to make a bit of a comeback here as he sees his teammate Renegade get killed completely alone in blue base. And this is a bit of the unfortunate situation at the start of this game here, as I feel like they're getting caught in these ISO plays. Frosty right now in a battle with the opposite window, but nobody's going to die there. There's another player in pink who hasn't pushed up yet. Still have that map control. And there's the Camo up on the map. Overwhelming pressure on Renegade. Camo in the hands of Legend once again, and the momentum continues.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is unbelievable gameplay from Legend and Cleese. Picking up their game and stepping up a whole nother level from what we've seen so far in the losers bracket, right? And it's necessary because they can't afford to let their foot off the pedal at all against these two in Frosty and Renegade. But it doesn't look like they have any intention as they're flying to where Renegade and Frosty are spawning in. Both players knowing Frosty's around here. Frosty doing a great job of playing his life and ending up getting us back smack. But Cleese is there to trade the kill. And that's an important trade, right? 13-4 in a game to 25. I don't know how Legend and Cleese really lose this game unless Frosty and Renegade somehow just both end up going on sprees right here. But nothing so far in this game 1 has told me that that's what's going to happen, right? Legend and Cleese using great teamwork and actually winning enough one-on-ones as well to kind of put themselves in a great position to take game 1.
Just immaculate cleanups all around. Cleese right now getting the upper hand on Renegade. Renegade missing the Melee right there, giving Cleese the double, which is huge. Just a great way to return the favor. Cleaning up that kill on Frosty, too, with that nice shot and the one shot. So just prioritizing targets effectively, putting good damage in, forcing Frosty back. Nade comes in from Legend, or from Cleese, but the shot's in from Legend to kill off Frosty, and Renegade under trouble once again. Wow, dude, 18-7. This is just barely out of control.
Yeah, this is a blowout. This is one of the biggest leads we've seen all day, and not what I expected out of Cleese and Legend, but that's a good thing, right? Because Cleese and Legend are here to play, they're here to make a statement, and they're doing so with their performances and in the scoreline here in Game 1 of the Losers Finals. Legend and Cleese really came to play and bring their A game, and looking forward to seeing how the rest of this series turns out. Renegade does pick up a nice kill, and Frosty picks up another kill to make it a 9-kill game, 18-9. Frosty picks up the camo. And you cannot afford to give this team any kind of leeway and leave the door open at all, because Renegade and Frosty are both capable of playing perfect Halo. We've seen it too many times from them, to where no lead is safe. And just when you think you have them where you want them, they're able to kind of flip it on its head and dominate a game. So we'll see how this turns out. Frosty picks up the first kill with this camo. They know the second player's car somewhere. You know Renegade and Frosty are looking to push this player car 1. They do spot just the toes of that player from Frosty's screen. And with this camo, Frosty is still able to kind of traverse the map, but Renegade's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Renegade unable to live there. They're so split up. Despite the fact that Frosty had camo there for the entire time, they've been split up on opposite sides of the map here, fighting solo battles, and I just don't know how I feel about the way that they're coordinating these plays around camo. Of course, that camo is no longer around. Cleese right now with the nice shots into to Frosty, and he will finish him off. Renegade right now trying to get some damage in to clean up that kill. He gets the trade, 20-12 at this point, though. 5 more kills left for Cleese and Legend. If they continue this momentum, there's no stopping them.
Bit of a cocky challenge right there by Legend, trying to assert dominance onto a player that's going to challenge him right back in Renegade. And Renegade ends up getting a nice kill onto Legend, and it's going to narrow this gap to 7. This lead is shortly getting destroyed. Frosty picks up a kill off screen, and Renegade smells blood in the water on a second player, bottom blue, and they're going to turn this into a 5-kill game. This is very bad. If you're a Legend and Cleese fan, they need to slow it down and go back to the teamwork that they were using early on, or they're going to end up losing this game 1, and that would be a detrimental to any momentum and any confidence that they built early on.
Definitely something you don't want to have happen here, and it's looking like it could be possible. Renegade with the shots into Legend. That's an easy kill right there. Cleese not really in position to pick it up just yet, and Frosty working with him. Nice nade onto Frosty to get the trade. Renegade picking up that kill once again. He gets the camo. This is a big opportunity for a huge momentum swing, and I mean, we're already starting to see it. Only 4 kills separate these teams right now. Renegade right now top mid. If he just keep his presence low for now, they can create some sort of a pinch. You can see it. Frosty with the damage in. Cleese committing himself. Renegade under the base right now, and he's just stutter stepping. He wants to make no noise whatsoever. How are they going to do this? Oh, look at the run. I like that.
Yeah, this is great gameplay by Renegade here to push top blue. And with this camo, if they're able to do damage here and pick up these couple of kills, it's going to be a 2-kill game if they're able to kick both these kills up. We'll see if they're able to capitalize here.
Yeah, Renegade right now can fly in. He's got a little bit more camo. He might be able to make this work. There you go. Shots come in. Legend and Cleese both one shot. They need to back down and doing a great job working together, just staying alive. But Cleese playing his life out a little too long there. He will get killed. There's 2 kills in quick succession, and now 21-19, looking like anybody's game at this point. The lead completely evaporated.
Yeah, I want to slow this game down and see who's able to capitalize here. It's going to be very interesting to see.
Frosty left in a 2v1. He will get taken out. 23-20. All these trades in the favor of blue right now as Legend flies up. Of course, he's going to run into a player up on top pink right here. Renegade with the advantage on that challenge. Won't press it, though. Legend with the craziest movement to stay alive here. And now Frosty caught on P1, one shot. Can Cleese do anything about it? He can't. And he can't afford to play his life either. So 23-21. Renegade's right beside him.
Yeah, and this is an unbelievable comeback if they're able to capitalize on it here. Frosty picks up a kill. They know another player has no shields front the base.
Oh my
and this
God.
is unbelievable comeback. Frosty and Renegade, you know they're capable of perfect Halo, and it looks like that's exactly what they had in store for Legend and Cleese. I don't it's still anyone's game here at 23 all, but you have to think that Frosty and Renegade and this pressure is going to pay off. Frosty and Renegade collapse on both players. Renegade with a massive double, and the upset happens 25-24. I don't know if I've ever witnessed a comeback in a 2v2 of that magnitude.
That's got to hurt, man. That's got to sting. Like, you know, I was going to say, could Renegade and Frosty be in that type of situation where they're winning by that much and then have things reversed on them? Of course, that's not what happened, though. I don't even know where I'm going with this other than the fact that I rip. It's not a good situation, man. They had what, like a 10 kill plus lead or something? They had a huge lead. I thought it was over. And
yeah, absolutely. I think we
still
all
crushing
thought it was
defeat.
over, and I just expected Frosty and Renegade to want to go to game 2, but they had different plans, and they didn't expect to. They weren't going to give up game 1. It looked like to Frosty, or to Legend and Queez. And with that being said, an unbelievable comeback here in game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Legend and Queez in this situation, what does that do to your confidence? Does that shut you down? And as I switch over to Observer, we're going to find out our next game. It is Plaza. And, you know, we know how Frosty and Renegade play with that sniper rifle. Things like dicey right now when you lose that momentum for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I expect game 1 to not look anything like game 2 here, knowing that Frosty and Renegade just got so much momentum from it. I expect them to kind of run away, and game 2 could get ugly very quickly if Legend and Queez aren't able to capitalize on a couple of power-ups and power weapons early on.
Potentially, for sure. I mean, they started out so strong. It looked like they were going to win that, you know, just undeniably in that first, 2/3 of the game, and things completely changed. So they still got it in them. If they can, you know, somehow summon the courage, bring it back. Of course, we're going to jump into this match and find out how things go here. But I did not change to Observer, I guess, didn't I? I'm still red. I think we're gonna restart this. Unless I play. Let's do this. 3v2. Get me in here. I got a controller. Oh no, I'm not. Oh, dude, why did it say it was red? Okay, my bad. I am lying to everyone. Go. Renegade gets the OS.
All right. And it looks like, yeah, with Renegade getting this overshield, they do go down 1-0. But Renegade able to pick up that kill and tie it up 1-1. And now Renegade being in control of Overshield Sniper, we've seen it all too often, knowing that he's able to go off with these 2 power weapons. It's going to be a pretty unbelievable experience for Renegade to kind of take over this game as well as he did at game 1 later on, right? I don't think that Legend and Queez are going to get anywhere near the comfortability of the lead that they were able to play with in game 1. And what does that mean for game 2? It probably doesn't mean good things.
Well, Sniper OS, the Renegade previously had, no longer there, of course. 2-3 right now. Frosty with the nice shots in. Good damage from the light rifle as well, backing off that player and somehow getting the best of both Legend and Queez by himself in Yard. I mean, we talked about that soul-crushing defeat they just experienced. I feel like they're still feeling the effects. Yeah,
absolutely. And it's almost impossible to be able to recover from losing that game 1. Like, you had it in the bag, right? We don't need to linger on that game too much, but like, it is going to have its repercussions, and there are going to be things as like mentalities for both sides, right? Like, Renegade and Frosty are now playing with like the confidence of world champions that they are, and knowing that they can just dominate these guys as they did at the end of game 1. And I think on the reverse side, like, Legend and Queez now know that like they are able to get dominated in that fashion, and that's probably a rude awakening for them, knowing that they had game 1 slip away from them.
All right, well, maybe they can turn things around here. Renegade just went down with a sniper. Not sure if there's any ammo left in it, but they will collapse on Frosty here. Of course, left 1 shot. There's the kill. Renegade will fly in for the OS. I don't think he's going to get it. There you go. OS grab in the favor of Legend, but I like how he's waiting here just for a little bit, just to trick up that timing. He now has it. He can grab that combo as well. No opportunity to really deny them in this pressure here. We'll see how they can work together here as he flies across map, takes a couple of easy shots there, revealing himself. He's got to be careful, even when he's being pressured, or applying pressure in the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is a close game 2 so far, 8-7. Frosty and Renegade with the lead for just a second, but it is tied up, and Legend and Queez look like they are able to respond to the early lead from Renegade and Frosty, and potentially this is what they need to come back in this series, right? Tying this game 2 up is so important, and a few kills go in their favor right now. Snipe's coming up, and now they are looking to push the Snipe. They know that Renegade's going to be going for this, so they're going to look for him together. It does look like Legend's going to go down to the hands of Renegade, and Queez kind of slacking with the teamwork there is able to. It also goes down to Frosty coming off the spawn, and now Snipe's in the favor of Frosty.
Yep. Snipe in the hands of Frosty. S4 looking for an angle here. Doesn't know where they are just yet. He's got one underneath him in Cinema. He's got the other in Yard. They're very split, both these players on blue. We'll see if they can make that work. I think somebody's sneaking behind Frosty, and he's not aware of it just yet. He might hear it, though. You know somebody's nearby. There you go. Frosty looking for the no-scope. Missing the first one. Land the second, and he does just barely get that kill. That's big. Stay in the sequence here. 11 to 10 right now. Just going to try to pinch that one remaining player. Just waiting for the info from Renegade. So looks for another angle with the Snipe. Nice body. Legend being very aggressive with the challenge, and it works out well for him. Cleese will grab that Snipe and turn things around.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a great job by Legend and Queez, right? Getting the Snipe out of Frosty's hands and making sure that they're not able to do too much damage with them. And not run away with this game too. It's very easy for this game to get out of hands with just one Snipe in Renegade or Frosty's hands. So good job of minimizing the damage that Frosty was able to do there. Overshield is going to be coming up, and Renegade picks it up off screen, and that's going to be a real dangerous situation for blue team right now with Renegade running at you with Overshield Snipe. But Legend lands a nice combo on the Renegade and is able to trade with them right there. And once again, Legend and Queez doing a good job of mitigating the damage that Frosty and Renegade have been able to do so far in Game 2. And because of that, it's just a 13-12 game. It's still up in the air of who's going to win this.
Yeah, definitely back and forth for sure. Keeping it completely even. Find out what these guys do. You can see Renegade slow playing right now. He's got both players above him. Just looking for an opportunity here. I'm on board with Renegade, looking for a pinch. He'll toss some nades into Yard. He's got to back down here. Rough situation. Very hard to live in the light hall. But if he can push through, make it to this checkpoint, he can get this kill on Cleese. Big kill right there. We have trades across the board right now. Renegade up on top yellow. Another 1v1 in session. He'll back that player down for now.
Yeah, and 14 all, 6.5 minutes left. Renegade does have the Snipe once again. Unable to do too much work with it so far, and he's had it a few times in this game, but it only takes a couple of seconds for Renegade to really dictate their way this game's going to go. And he lands a nice no-scope body shot on the Legend, finishes it up pretty cleanly. And with that, ties the game 15 all. New Snipe's coming up in about 10 seconds. And Renegade only having one more bullet with this Snipe. He's going to actually make it count as he lands it on the Queez. And Overshield also coming up here in about 15-20 seconds. This is going to really dictate the late game and who ends up coming out victorious here in Game 2. So every kill from here, really important to focus on. Legend landing some great shots on the Renegade, and that's going to open up the map for them to potentially get this next Overshield.
Definitely, I feel like a bit of a blunder from Renegade right there, flying into Yard and just playing completely solo, trying to get that kill, unsuccessful, and there you go. The Sniper will trade hands. The OS now in the hands of Legend, the Sniper in the hands of Cleese. I'm going to see what Cleese can do with this Sniper as he sits back on glass, although maybe I should be over on the OS guy because Legend's flying in burst with the damage. Just trying to look for some sort of kill, and we'll see if Cleese can pick up the pieces right now. They need to get these kills. They need to press their advantage and just make it work, but it's not happening. Somehow Legend dies. They're just living. Cleese gets the no-scope, and that's big so far. He at least trade out with... Oh, and he can't even trade out with Frosty. Having the Snipe, having the OS, and ending that in a deficit, it's not what you want to see.
Yeah, Legend kind of got embarrassed with that Overshield, and because of it, or with Legend or Queez, whichever had the Overshield, kind of got embarrassed and got 1v2'd for the most part, but that was kind of on his own fault for pushing into blue, knowing that both players were going to be there, even with Overshield. And Overshield not resulting in any kills is a big blunder from Legend and Queez. And you can't afford big blunders after what we saw in Game 1, right? Because Frosty and Renegade capitalize on those blunders immensely. 20-20 is our game score, 21 as Legend picks up a big kill. And every kill from here on really matters as the score ticks down to 25, right? 4 kills to go for our blue team. Can they close this game out and take it to a Game 3? Or will they collapse like we watched in Game 1?
Legend and Frosty actually, or Renegade and Frosty, slowing this down a little bit. You can see Renegade's been hiding in that one corner for so long, and Legend just not aware. He's finally pushing up, and this little decision from Renegade actually might work out. There you go. He gets the first shots in, knocks him to one shot. Legend will back down, stay alive here only briefly to tie things up in 21-21. This is a big moment here. OS coming up soon. Huge barrel kill as well. A slight advantage and map control also on the side of Red.
Yeah, and that's a big advantage inside of Red because Overshield coming up is going to be in their favor for map control, but it does look like Blue Team is going to have time to get off spawn and contest this Overshield that's coming up. Frosty goes down with some great teamwork between Legend and Khalees, and now it's up to Renegade to kind of fend them off before Overshield comes up. We watched it pop on Renegade's screen, but he's not able to do anything to contest it. Now Overshield's going to be collapsing onto Blue. They know both players, Frosty and Renegade, are in Blue. Renegade able to trade kills before going down to Khalees. And Khalees with this Overshield is on the hunt for Frosty. 23-23, no mistakes can be made. They're going to group up with their teammates. Khalees getting control of the combo to make sure that the counter to his Overshield is in his own hands. And Snipe coming up in 2 seconds is going to be very important to focus on here. Are they going to be able to go for it? Renegade attempting to go for it. Spots the OS player. Gets some good damage, but Khalees gets some better damage onto Renegade. Legend in position to finish him off. And now Legend in control of Snipe. And Frosty stuck between a rock and a hard place because he's going to be pressured to try and make a play here. Does pick up a kill himself and stay alive. Blue Truck, can he stay alive? Khalees getting caught off guard into no shield and another collapse. Renegade able to save Frosty as he's no shield and win the game 2-0. Frosty and Renegade advance to our finals.
After the tragedy that was game one, to end game two in that fashion is just heartbreaking, man. I do not want to be Khalees or Legend in that situation. That was so unfortunate. In the very end there, they had the clear advantage. They got the kill. Frosty was alone. They had 8 seconds to 2v1 Frosty. Legend pushed up. He was on garbage truck, and Khalees was running away because he had previously been one shot. He waited for his shields to come back. He ran to U-turn. The timing was the problem. Legend was applying pressure in a 1v1 while Khalees was running. He had to come back, and by the time he came back, he was late. Renegade killed him. So it's just like watching that unfold, man. It's just so rough, so rough.
Yeah, part of it just speaks testament to Renegade and Frosty and how clutch of players they always are, yes. Right? And whatever games that they're in, and that they, no matter what the moment is, it's never too big for them. But part of it is Khalees and Legend. Like, you got to close some of these games out, especially if you want to play in the finals. And you didn't, and that's why you're no longer playing. But, I mean, it's just a testament to how clutch Frosty and Renegade can be when put in, like, some unrealistic, terrible situations. Somehow they come out of it, and they did it once again in game 2.
Yep. Legend and Khalees very close to greatness. They had a great run coming into this, but that will be a 2-0 series. Frosty and Renegade will move on. They will face the players that knocked them into the losers bracket in the first place. Of course, our defending champions, Bound and Neptune, and that will take place right after this break. Grand finals coming up next. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back with more Halo.
The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho. I like you guys. You're still cool. Potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, Where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You got to be good. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be good and you got to compete. You got to play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student. You got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are going to change that. You're going to get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're going to travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports. The past 4 years at Esports Arena, we really didn't know what our identity was. We tried our pro tournaments, we tried running content pieces, we tried doing music events, we had our memberships. We realized that the community just always kept coming back for our local tournaments, for every Wednesday night, every Friday night, every Thursday night. So then it hit us. Series E is going to revolutionize the esports industry. You as a competitor now have consistency to come and compete. You get to keep coming back and let it count for something. That opportunity to get paid by Esports Arena, to get paid by a major brand that's helping support this league, this foundation, because so many times the dollars stop at the pro level. They stop there. They never trickle down to the guys like us, the guys that had the dreams, that wanted to make it, to become a pro, but never had that opportunity because they lived in somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho. No offense, Idaho, I like you guys, you're still cool, potatoes. But when you don't have that opportunity, like a guy who's from LA or a girl who's from LA or New York or these major cities that have esports tournaments that go all the time, where can you start? Where do you go? Where do you become a pro? How can you do that? How do you get paid? How do you get noticed? How do you get recognized? It doesn't exist. There's not a clear path there. It's a randomized system. You got to be good. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be good and you got to compete. You got to play. But it's hard when you got a full-time job and you got a full-time student. You got bills to pay. You can't commit yourself 100% to esports. Esports Arena wants to change that. We are going to change that. You're going to get $1,000 a month in pay from Esports Arena. We're going to travel you across the country to compete against other people just like you. That's the feeling that I'm looking at that 8-year-old and I'm thinking, man, this person could become a professional gamer, but how? Now they're going to start their path at Esports Arena and they're going to compete to become that next pro, to become that next influencer, to become that next superstar. They're going to start at Esports Arena. That's what Series E is all about. Opportunity for everyone to be your first step in esports.
And we're back for the last time. Our Esports Arena Halo 5 2v2 Microsoft Sunday. The final matchup is left. We've got Bound and Neptune on the winner's side facing off against Frosty and Renegade coming back through losers. Clutch, we got the biggest matches today to cast. Are you ready to break this down?
Yeah, absolutely. And a rematch of the winners finals and a great winners finals it was. And Bound and Neptune really laying down some hammer in winners finals. I kind of wonder how Renegade and Frosty are going to kind of answer that, right? Because we know they're capable of it, especially after the comebacks that we just witnessed. And we know that they're capable of playing the best tier of Halo that has ever been played. But will they bring that to Bound and Neptune? And will Bound and Neptune's teamwork kind of be too much for them? Again, is something that I'm really interested in seeing, but only time will tell. And I'm looking forward to getting this series underway.
They don't have too many opportunities to make it happen either. Of course, with the best of three kind of style for these grand finals, they can end very quickly. If Bound and Neptune get momentum, if they win this first game in truth, which we do kind of typically think they have the favor, they can play very fast and aggressive and collapse together. If they get that, I mean, that could spell just kind of a horrible series of events going forward for Frosty and Renegade in the follow-up game. So we'll see how things go. Of course, Frosty and Renegade do have to reset this bracket. They got to win 2 and then win 2 more following if they want to win this whole tournament. Bound and Neptune defending the title.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they just got to take it one game at a time because they got swept in winners finals, right? You need to just make sure you win one game and then focus on turning that to 2 and then resetting the series. And then once you've done that, you kind of know that you're you've got momentum on your side, right? You can't just be thinking about having to win 4 games coming up. So looking for game 1 to be a telling tale to how the rest of this is going to play out, right? And I think that's that can be said about most series, but really important when trying to reset a bracket that you just focus on game 1 and make sure you can kind of start momentum in your favor.
Well, a tale it shall be. We're about to get started. I see things loading up in the background here. Of course, Truth, Twos. We got Camo on the map. We've got Combo on top mid. We'll see how they prioritize these resources and try to conquer here. Just getting it started.
Yep, and as we load this game up, Camo being in play this week in our 2v2s, so really interested to see is Camo going to influence this game one way or the other in the hands of Bound and Neptune or Renegade and Frosty, and who's going to be able to kind of get control early on. And it does look like we have a player win the battle for Camo, and that's going to be Bound winning his one-on-one against Renegade, and he's rewarded with the Camo play up 2-0 in game 1 starting off a lot similar as winners finals did.
Well, right now we can see Frosty right in the back of the base here. I'm going to switch over to Neptune, though. I believe that's where you guys are looking. 2 kills, of course, to start things off. Bound with another kill to keep that pressure as well. Neptune right now, knowing Frosty is stuck in blue base, he can hit some nice shots in. Oh my god, if he landed that kill to start things off. Frosty getting a little risky on the challenges as well. He'll back off for now. You can see Bound looking for the pinch through the side of pink. This might work out. A nice play. Bound takes his time and picks a great opportunity here.
Yeah, and I love this play by Neptune and Bound taking their time. Bound unable to find an opening, and Frosty and Renegade able to pick off Neptune across the map and then trade with Bound, and that's a success for Frosty and Renegade. I know the score line is still 4-2, but they got rid of the Camo player, and that's so important when trying to deal with a player with a power up or power weapon. Like, trading in that situation is a win in my books. And with that, Frosty picks up another kill, 4-3. Frosty and Renegade looking like they're going to try and take the heat to Bound and Neptune this series.
That zoom tag looking like it's real for sure. Bound just zooming his way out of red base, getting out of there immediately and staying alive there. And now Renegade opting to push up on Neptune instead, and they'll take him out once again. Bound, not sure where he's at. There you go, top mid. Now dropping to bottom, just zooming around, trying to get out, and somehow this guy just continues to live. But despite that, we're going to keep this game tied. Frosty will pick him up. There's the trade from Neptune.
Yeah, and phenomenal shots by Neptune right there to tie this game up, 5-5. Renegade trying to finish Neptune off, and Neptune with some great shots on the Renegade, and he's going to give his team the lead up 1. And is he able to stay alive from Frosty? A great thrust back from Neptune, and Bound there to help Neptune out and pick up that kill, extend this lead to 2.
Of course, the Camo should be up, or might still be up. Not really sure what's happened there. Neptune right now looking to fly in. He can't do much. He gets shot in the middle of his sprint. Gets no momentum whatsoever. And there you go. Camo in the hands of Frosty. I believe it was 34.
Yeah, and that was a great job by Frosty and Renegade to immediately get off spawn after going down. Both players going down, and to pick up 2 kills of their own and Camo with that. And now Bound and Neptune forced to play very passive and play reactionary Halo because Frosty with this Camo is so lethal. And Renegade spots both players, and do they expect Frosty to be here with Renegade, or do they expect him to kind of be lingering? They spot Frosty now that he's chosen to shoot, and they're able to take him down. Great shots by Neptune right there on the perfect kill on the Frosty. Renegade not able to pick up either kill right there, even though Frosty got both players weak, and then goes down. Unbelievable teamwork and dealing with the Camo player from Bound and Neptune.
Just amazing denial and aggression for Bound and Neptune. You can see Neptune flying to top mid while Bound was applying pressure there too, so they're working together in unison at this point. Even Renegade, who's all the way back in the bubble, can't seem to find any good opportunities here. And they will continue to be suppressed. Right now, Frosty and Renegade just trying to stay alive, abide their time, slow down the pace of this game. You know how fast these players like to play.
Yeah, and it actually is like peculiarly like slow compared to all 4 players in this match, right? Like typically all these players are just flying across the map everywhere, and you see a lot of spawn killing and a lot of pressure immediately off player spawns. But they're not taking a lot less chances, and you can tell how serious everyone's taking this and how bad these players want it by playing slow and and not recklessly flying across the map. That speaks volumes to the importance of winning this to these players, even though it's just a Halo 5 tournament on a Sunday online. Like, they still want to win. They still want to win that championship, or like that pride of being able to call yourself the winner at the end of the day.
Hell yeah. And Renegade, speaking of which, gets a nice double. They will fly up and get that camo advantage as well. I believe Renegade picked it up, so Frosty, Renegade, they can work together here. Might just be a Halo 2v2 match on a Sunday, but this might be the highest level of twos that we witnessed together.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that hardly ever can you get the caliber of players that are playing right now in the finals of a 2v2 in 2020, right? And I think that this is a special opportunity for both players to kind of like get a leg up on the others, and neither one of these two teams want to lose to the other team. I can promise you that. I know that there's a little bit of bad blood in Bound and Renegade, but Frosty and Renegade, being Halo champions, kind of want to like keep that title and keep that level of dominance and have players remember them for the great players they are, and want to maintain that level of dominance and consistency throughout their careers.
And they are so good at getting the best of these exchanges, though. You see Bound get completely denied by that nade, but Neptune just picks up both of those kills and returns the favor. And when you work together like that, you just keep this lead. There's the nade hit marker from Neptune. He knows he has that damage on that player. He's got Bound just zooming up through the bottom of red base, and here's how the play starts to form. Look at this, though. You can see them start to evade. They're going to try to get out of here. Player Demon, I believe that's Renegade up in the window. He's going to be in trouble in a second, but Frosty pushes up with the help, and this is good right now. They can back him down. Bound doing some wild stuff all over the base right now, and I kind of want to know what he's up to, because he's just getting right in their faces up in the window right now. Nice melee from Bound. Neptune with the collapse, and that is a huge set of kills and a couple body shots to seal the deal.
Yeah, 2 kills that would have made it a 2-score game end up actually going in the favor of Bound and Neptune to make it a 6-kill game. And that is going to be a very comfortable lead for Bound and Neptune to be able to play with for the rest of this game. Very similar to our winners finals, to where the game started off very close, but Bound and Neptune eventually were able to kind of separate themselves. And it looks like even without the help of Camo, Bound and Neptune have figured out a way to kind of build this comfortable lead. And Bound actually going to be able to pick up the first Camo for his team. Does actually end up just burning it with no damage done to Renegade, but getting Camo off the map is so important. So now Frosty and Renegade forced to play without the benefit of having a Camo power-up, and we've seen what's happened when Camo is off the map. We've seen Bound and Neptune kind of run away with this lead, and Bound picking up 2 kills and a little bit of body disrespect on the Renegade, letting him know that he's here to win.
It's looking rough for Frosty and Renegade at this point. Not a lot of contention. If they die, they get a trade with them. So it's just all so great for the side of Red right now. 22 to 15, 3 kills left remaining. They can't afford to make any mistakes on the side of Renegade and Frosty. What are they going to do here? You can see Renegade's just trapped in the bubble. Frosty pushing up to lend some fire. And he does get a nice crucial kill on Bound. That'll force Neptune back down to car 1. They collapse and conquer here. This is pretty big and swinging things back in their favor. There you go. And they continue to do this.
We've seen comebacks from Frosty and Renegade on Truth before from greater numbers, right? But not against the likes of Bound and Neptune. I don't expect Bound and Neptune to kind of give up this 5-kill lead, but it's definitely possible. Renegade and Frosty are 2 players that I would say are capable of doing this, even against the likes of Bound and Neptune. Huge push by Frosty under the bases, able to pick up a kill, but Neptune able to trade it out. Big win by Renegade to narrow it down to a 4-kill game, but there's so little room for error with 23 kills on the board for our red team that it's going to be so difficult for Frosty and Renegade to play nearly perfect Halo from here on out. There is going to be a Camo that's potentially involved here in about 20 seconds, but if I'm Bound and Neptune, I'm looking to end this game before Camo can even influence the rest of it.
Exactly. Like you said, if Renegade and Frosty can try to just maintain some sort of a map control situation right here. Renegade does have P2. Frosty's stuck out front blue, and Renegade can get the information on that other player crossing him from Pink Street here. Oh, he's trapped like a rat right there in top P2. And there you go. Big battle happening over in P1 right now. Frosty will go down, and that's the win. Bound with a huge kill to close things out. They could not make their comeback. They'll keep that lead in their favor. Bound just shooting bodies, man. I don't know if you've been watching his POV, but every kill he gets, he's making him feel it.
Yeah, and I think Bound, unfortunately for Bound, because he's kind of come up and hasn't really performed at like any major LAN event or has been seen to like have success on LAN. He's probably been given a pretty hard time by some of the other pros that he has success with against online. And in doing so, he's probably created some rivalries and created some interesting back and forth banter between some players, if I had to imagine. So he kind of has to defend himself in a way, and probably gets his body shot just as much as he shoots other people's bodies.
Sure.
It's pretty much the online kid story. It's like until you go to an event and prove yourself, you're always going to get like disrespected by the pros that have and are currently playing, and like they view it as like an insult when you kind of like play really well online but you don't go to tournaments.
Right.
And then you kind of have to respond to that, like that disrespect with like somebody disrespecting game or whatnot, because you can't really like talk about like credentials if you're bound.
Sure.
But it's like it's something that it stands the test of time in Halo, right? Like I have no doubt in my mind that when Bound goes to a LAN tournament, he's going to be just fine and he's going to play very well, whenever that may be. But until then, he's probably going to continue to form like a lot of enemies, I'll say, and a lot of the top players because he hasn't proved himself on LAN. And I think that Renegade's one of those players that he's kind of created an enemy with.
All right. Well, I don't think he cares too much. I think all he's focused on is just getting these W's, whether it's online and maybe hopefully one day on land. For now, I mean, you're right. It's not the biggest resume material to win an online tournament, but it must be pretty nice to take out the caliber of players that are Frosty and Renegade, literally the top of H5, cream of the crop players here. So we're jumping into our match plaza. It's just getting loaded up. We're almost ready to go here. Here's an opportunity for Frosty and Renegade to make some sort of a comeback, and it turns out it's their last opportunity. This is a best of 3 series. They have their backs against the wall right now. We got to find out what they could do to come back here.
Yeah, and this is actually the exact. I believe we saw them play on Plaza earlier in winners finals, and Neptune hitting that 180 no scope. So it definitely was Plaza, right?
Yeah. yeah.
But we saw the damage that Neptune and Bound were able to do with the snipe and the overshield there. So you know Frosty and Renegade need to make sure that they don't let that happen twice.
Well, something just happened with the OS right there. Bound just zoomed right over and grabbed it so fast I barely even saw the opening strat there. So he's got that. In the meantime, Renegade had snipe, but Bound will clean him up. That sniper down in S4. Frosty with the shots at a dip, but unsuccessful. Man, Bound is moving so quick right now. But I'm going to put my POV on Neptune, who's got the snipe.
Bound moving almost too quick for his own good. Misses a couple jumps on the yard ledge, but Neptune comfortably sitting in S4 with a snipe. Looking for players, does spot a player that goes into blue, and now he's going to be giving that information over to Bound. They're going to look to sandwich this player. Neptune's going to do it from a distance with the snipe, of course. But it does look like Bound's going to have the jump on this player in blue if they're able to locate him. They probably hear him running around, and that gives Bound just the information he needs to push that player, take him out. It's a 3-0 lead early for our red team.
Sometimes just the threat of that sniper angle is enough to do the damage there, right? When you have a player like Bound who's just, waiting to collapse and take him out, Neptune's angle, even if he's not firing shots, just a little light from his sniper rifle is just oppressive, and he'll get that shot right there. Finish off Frosty, leaving Renegade now in bottom mid, but they don't know where he is. Can Renegade make a play? Can he stay alive? Just play his life for a little bit here. You can see he's sneaking from underneath. That clamber makes noise, though. We'll see what happens as he tries to make his way around Cafe. Neptune doesn't see him. Shots in the back. And he'll escape for now. Bound flying in. Look at the speed that these players can work together and try to trade out these kills. He gets a trade, but that sniper down for now.
Yeah, good damage by Renegade there to pick up not only one kill, but knock the other player to no shield. It's going to open up an opportunity for Frosty to push. It doesn't look like Frosty's been able to finish that kill just yet. Is trying to figure it out with the nade. Bound lands a no scope. It does look like Frosty lands a nice plasma nade onto Bound as well, so they're going to end up trading back and forth, but the 4-kill lead remains the same. Bound and Neptune still off to an early start, but Renegade picks up a first OS.
A chance to swing things back in their favor here. Renegade with OS. He'll push up on Cafe. Knows a player is here somewhere, but the combo might have gone down in Cafe just a second ago. I believe Bound was the one with it. And there you go. It's in Neptune's hands. Good thrust right there to avoid it, but the stick to leave the present behind, that will equal a trade. Frosty right now with their Bound right now with the snipes. Somebody had snipe. They're all dead. We got a stick and a melee trade right there. 8-4 in the score line.
Yeah, and it feels like Frosty and Renegade have been making some pretty good plays, but this and picking up an overshield, but this lead still remains at 4, and it's pretty frustrating if you're a player and you make like if you land a nice stick before you die, or you pick up an overshield, like you expect to kind of mitigate the damage that the other team is able to do, and you expect to be able to close the gap of the lead, but it only extends to 6 now. Neptune with the snipe, going to his point of view, it's going to be another opportunity for Bound and Neptune to continue this lead, as it's only to 5, but Neptune aces 6, lands a body shot onto Frosty, lands a nice headshot with the pistol on the Frosty for the double, and now it's up to 7. And momentum, you can just feel it shifting towards Bound and Neptune. The confidence that they're playing with is unmatched, and with it, the score lead continues to grow.
Clutch, I'm getting some flashbacks to the last series right now. Neptune's not missing. This is about the point in the last series where he just started to go off and hit every single shot and completely extend that lead. He'll back off for now. Bound right now can take some of the aggro. He's still got 3 shots in the chamber. That's 3 potential kills if he plays things right here. He can back off into yard, just continue to spin things around a little bit longer, and it might give them an opportunity to play around the OS, and you might get some good angles off of that.
Yeah, you can just see how comfortable Bound and Neptune are playing together, and how the history of how much 2v2s they played together, that they're on the same page as far as where they want to rotate, how they want to do it, what kind of angles they want to take. And a huge headshot on a Frosty as overshield's coming up from from Neptune, sorry, and he picks up the overshield, and now not only does he have the overshield, but he does still have a little bit of snipe ammo with it.
Looking real rough right now. Over double their score. Neptune with 2 shots left in the snipe, the overshield as well. He's got 2 stickies. He's got a lot of resources to work with here as he flies up into the base, not spotting Frosty right away, but he'll get the shot in. And the pistol, you can see Frosty wants that stick, but he can't get it. Renegade as well, throwing all the sticks they got in their pockets. It doesn't matter. 15-6. This is a blowout right now. Can they come back? I don't even know.
Yeah, we've seen that they're capable of comebacks, but Neptune and Bound are giving them no room to breathe, no air. And the foot is down on the pedal right now from Neptune. You see him flying immediately over towards Glass and applying pressure, and Bound being right behind him to be able to finish Renegade right there. And now they're in search of Frosty, and they're just swarming on spawns right now. And this is the map control that Bound and Neptune play with, and it looks like both players, and Frosty and Renegade, have decided to forfeit game 2, and it doesn't look like they believed that they were going to come back, so they decided to end the game early. And Neptune and Bound, I imagine, are extremely frustrating to play against, and with that, they decide to leave, right? Frustration builds up over time, and I don't think that Frosty and Renegade are 2 players that enjoy losing at all, let alone to the likes of Neptune and Bound. So not shocked, I would say, to see them kind of quit, because that game was pretty much over, 16-6, right?
Sure. I mean, it's possible, but
sportsmanship.
Yikes.
That's about all you can really say.
Yikes is all I can say to that. That's rough, man. I mean, they felt the pressure for sure. Bound Neptune were going off. Everything was just synchronized. Like, literally, they were not missing opportunities. They definitely got the best of them, Cafe, as well. You saw Frosty and Renegade tossing sticks and just narrowly missing every time they couldn't get Neptune. But that's an unfortunate way to end our series right there. It would have been very hard to come back, like you said.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason they quit, is they just knew that game was probably over. But still, you hate to see players quit in the middle of a game, especially the finals, right? Just from a professional standpoint, that's just not something you do. But Neptune and Bound, they were going to win that series, and in convincing fashion, and I think they did so. And it's only even more of a win, right? Like, for them to kind of frustrate players enough to do that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if you should all know who these players are. If you're watching this, you guys know Neptune, you know Bound, but if they haven't proven themselves, I think, this is Well, it's an indication for sure. It's not land performance, but this is some pretty incredible gameplay from two players who are arguably at the very top of Halo 5 right now. They defend the championship title. These guys have won just consecutively. I think they lost one last time we casted 2 weeks ago. They lost one, but Bound and Neptune been winning, I believe, every other esports arena, Halo 5 2v2. No signs of slowing down. And I'm curious to see the type of talent we can get up against them in the following weeks. Can we get other incredibly talented players? Shotzi, shout outs to Shotzi. Shotzi, where are you at? Can we get like a Shotzi Renegade, Shotzi Frosty duo and see how things go, bringing back some of the top talent in Halo 5 and having them face off against Bound and Neptune?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we're getting a confirmation on whether or not it's an actual. I believe it's a forfeit, by the way, but I can hear it in the background.
I'm gonna 100% go ahead and say it's a forfeit. Not sure how close Frosty and Renegade are, but if things aren't going well against players that they're used to beating separately, so when they team together and they're not having that kind of success, it's probably a pretty frustrating feeling, and fingers start to get pointed. Not sure what the comp sounded like or whatnot. I'm sure that one of those players was streaming, so. Interested to see what the outcome of that is, but at the end of the day, the results were going to be the same. Neptune and Bound were going to win this series, the way they were playing, and hats off to them for having a very dominant performance today, all day long. You never really thought twice when thinking who was going to win after watching them play in the start of games, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Bound and Neptune for taking yet another win there. And honestly, the beauty of this is the fact that, there's just going to be another one next Sunday, guys. We got more 2v2s coming up. We got more great matchups coming up. And hopefully Renegade, Frosty make that comeback. We know how talented these players are. We know they could win this. And maybe this is some incentive to keep grinding. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a rematch coming up next week. Either way, big shout out to Esports Arena for doing this every single week, for running these tournaments, for having this $500 prize pool. Got to give a shout out to Microsoft as well. Couldn't have these events, couldn't have Xbox, couldn't have Halo without Microsoft. So big thank you to them. And big thank you to all the viewers who are just with us, who are watching these events, who are engaging with us and enjoying these Halo 5 2v2s. I know it's 2020. I know this game's been out 5 years, but it's nice to have some hype. It's nice to have 223 viewers, however many you guys are hanging out here with us, watching some Halo 5. And I hope this is just the beginning, guys. I hope we're building up to a big bang with Infinite. Any final words, Clutch, before we head out here?
No, just another dominant performance from Neptune and Bound. Super excited that they continue to put in the work and show up and perform the way they do, and remind us that these young guns are here and they're going to be here for a while. Looking forward to seeing them continue to compete in not only Halo 5, H2A, but hopefully bring their talents to Infinite once it releases.
Well said. I agree. Thank you, Clutch, for joining me. Great stuff with the casting as usual. And hopefully I'll get to cast with you next week. Once again, we'll keep these twos going. Thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you again next week.